Good evening, ladies and germs. If everything is working correctly, we should now be live on YouTube, Twitch, and Rumble as part of an effort to make this available to as many people as possible. Let me take a second and send this on to all the relevant parties. We do have a new video from CIG to review today. Let's see. Pull this off. I've got the Star Spangled Banner stuck in my head. Not a bad song, just kind of a weird one to get stuck in your head. Shareable link. Come on, come on. Come on, son. Gotta go grab the Twitch link. And finally, the Rumble link. I need to figure out how to automate this a little better. I need to figure out how to, particularly with the side loading videos to Rumble and YouTube at the same time. It turns into such a hassle trying to keep these various platforms up and running. But I think in the long run, it does give a benefit. It's just, I need to figure out a better process to make it happen. Let's see. Subscriptions. Star Citizen. Videos. Alright, and I was good this time. I did not watch this video ahead of time, so you are going to get my raw reactions. Hello, Wills. How you doing? See, I think that's why I thought you were European at first, because you always start off with hello instead of hello.
PSA to read your contracts from now on.
Whoa, 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 whoa! I wasn't trying to click and drag. I was trying to start it over.
Are you happy with yourself?
Over the moon. Ecstatic with myself.
Their armor was the same with a color difference. There was a mission where we told you to go kill slicer supplies that was the exact same when we told you to go kill frontier fighter supplies.
The data pads I placed around Stanton as well, telling you, giving you hints that maybe something was going on. I think this is a great kind of PSA to read your contracts from now on. Maybe I hid them a little too well. Sorry.
Since, yeah, they didn't beat us over the head with it, so a lot of people had no idea that the slicers are the frontier fighters. How is the audio levels? I had to change a few things over the week trying to get that video recorded. It was still peaking annoyingly in the one that I uploaded. But hopefully audio is at a good level today.
By now, you will have realized that the frontier fighters weren't exactly who they said they were.
Nope, they lied.
In other cases, they were exactly who they said they were.
Frontier fighters were specifically designed to show players that we can mess with their morals via this narrative storytelling.
Frontier
they got
fighters
me.
were the ones who staged the attack on Stanton. posing as slicers to cause an uproar about Pyro, to stage a war on Pyro, to get rid of the criminal gangs that are there.
It was a band of mercenaries led by a woman called Amelia who wanted to start an attack in Stanton to drum up hate for Pyro so that she could get the backing of regular people to go and attack Pyro.
But that also included civilians, and that also included gangs
so
who
I
had
guess
no
the takeaway
interest
there is never trust anyone named Amelia.
in threatening Stanton at all.
So this was a false flag operation.
Yes, this was a false flag operation.
Oh!
And you fell for it. You fell for it.
They fell for it.
They fell
but
for it.
you named it Maniac after yourself.
I didn't do that. Haddock did that.
That is hilarious.
So our next chapter in March is called Supply or Die. This is split into 3 parts.
So I think really the takeaway then is anytime there is a character who shares a name with a developer, do not trust that character. If there's ever an NPC named Jared, kill on sight. Do not listen to anything they say. They are definitely lying. And we are just talking NPCs. Just got to clarify that because, you know, YouTube being YouTube, you never know what's going to get taken out of context.
Parts of the event. This is where the CFP and the Headhunters are coming off half the heels of the invasion of the Frontier Fighters, and they're trying to resupply and rebuild to continue the heels of the invasion of the Frontier. This is where the CFP and the Headhunters are coming off half the heels of the invasion of the Frontier Fighters, and they're trying to resupply.
Okay, I've never used the salvage rifle. Maybe this isn't new. Maybe this is just
Apply and rebuild to
I'll
continue
take a
the
look at
efforts
it.
of attacking the Frontier Fighters.
Nope.
This event is essentially a one-shot. You have to play it in March, and when the next patch drops after that, you won't be able to play it again or earn the rewards. With this narrative arc that we're doing for the rest of this year, we're really trying to build these moments in our history where you as the player will come in and experience it, and then if you was here for it, great. But if you wasn't, you've missed out.
For this event, there are 6 new locations that we built, 1 on each of the major planets in Pyro. These locations are discoverable by quantum marker, and at these locations you will find these outlaw depots.
Thank you to whoever long ago told me that you could use period and comma to go back and forth frames. I've been using it ever since, and it has completely changed my life. Let's see, big money inside. We've seen that caption before. Smile, you a star? And then there's an X there. So maybe if you stand there, there's something you can see. Was you, Wills? Nice. Yeah, it's been a game changer for me. And then there's arrow indicators on the freight elevators. Not surprising.
Locations are discoverable by
Big money inside, buy, so it points you to the terminals, get you drugs. Just trying to look through these images and see if there's any clues to anything, but I mean, it seems pretty standard. You show up to the location, you buy the stuff, you load onto your ship, and then you take it and sell it. And then the caveat here is that now there's going to be lots of other players competing for the same cargo, and you have to try and get it before they do and without them killing you.
quantum marker, and at these locations you will find these outlaw depots.
Okay, we saw this image, nothing new there.
The difference between an outpost and a depot is that an outpost is generally a lot larger in size. There's various things to do at an outpost. It's like a little community that kind of is in one way or another self-sufficient. A depot is
I haven't seen this location yet. I think this is going to be in that obsidian scar on one of the planets. There's still so many biomes in Pyro that I have not personally seen. There's a lot to discover.
It's really just an offshoot storage location. So in that sense, it doesn't have all the amenities for the local population or for the player as well. It's more of like an offshoot location in that sense.
The depots see the return of the scavengers, the circus, essentially. It was introduced with the ghost arenas.
So this is not a faction we've seen much about, but it's a faction that we can identify by green text and spray paints on the buildings.
So as you go around the environment, you'll see that they've tagged it, and they'll be saying, you can get big money here, and go here, and go here. This is where you buy it. Look out here, take cover here. The location is one that they've taken over, and they've added their unique twist to.
Can you imagine showing up to work, though, and, like, this is how your work assignment is written up? Because, in a sense, that's kind of what we're doing, right? We're showing up, we're doing the stuff that these people want us to do. We get paid to do it because we sell off the drugs. But, like I work in a clinic. Imagine if Get Your Drugs Here was tagged on like, our medicine cabinet. Or you have the front desk where patients are checking in and they've got to scan their insurance and, you know, talk to those people and take care of all the financials. You just have pay up written on the desk. You have your built-in pharmacy, and you have Get Your Drugs Here patient-facing side right there, or buy written on the counter. I would be I would be into it. I would love to see that. I think it would be pretty great.
I think are really cool from a player perspective through the way that it's a location that is really built for the interaction. It provides a lot of it's really built for the
Datatrine, Detatrine. Pronunciation to be determined later. 7.4k per SCU. And I'm just taking a look at this because I haven't done the PTU. Everything that I've seen sounds like this is available like in bulk pretty easily. And you can potentially make millions if you get away with your cargo.
Interaction. It provides a lot of cover. It's located in a more convenient, accessible way. It has very clear, distinct sections, so that helps hopefully as well for the players to kind of call out where the different people are coming from or where they are located. So it's a high-risk, high-reward location that is really built for PvP. There is an initial population at the location, so if you're the first there to show up, you might be a little bit careful. If you're gonna land in the middle, might be a little bit hot, but that's the right challenge that we're trying to provide for you guys.
Oh man, that A1 dropping the bomb.
One of the first missions requires you to get a commodity called Datatrine, and there's a mission for CFB and Headhunter.
Okay, whoa,
One of the first missions requires you to get a commodity called Datatrine, and there's a
Datatrine. That's how we're gonna say it. Elliot has answered the question.
Mission for CFB and Headhunters. This commodity requires you to go to these depots where you have to invest your own money to get this Datatrine and return it to either faction that you decided to go with. Datatrine is a rare plant that they can refine, so the CFB can use it for medical purposes, and the Headhunters can use it for more fun purposes.
Elliot came over to the economy area and said, hey, I've got some new missions we're building, and they're a little bit different from some we've done before. So we worked together to come up with a fairly new reward structure specifically for these new missions.
Okay.
The idea as well is that if you've completed this mission series and you've got your reward, you can just keep going. You can sell these commodities in the sandbox world and get quite a big profit margin. But again, your risk is you have to put up your own money, put in your own time, and risk your own life. For the mining mission, again, both factions will require you to get 2 commodities. So they require you to get ice, which can be found on the extremities of the Pyro solar system, so as far out from the sun as you can where it gets colder. Or tin, which is found closer to the sun, that can be stolen, bought, or mined and refined yourself. However you wish to get these, they don't care, they just want the commodity. And then you'll have a destination where you're asked to drop them off. And last is the salvage mission. The salvage mission is asking for RMC, so that's hull scraping, or construction materials, so that's the actual structural salvage part where you have to fracture the ship. And again, both factions are asking for it and they both have their own drop-off points. How you get the salvage is, again, up to you. You can kill ships and harvest their corpse. You could accept the salvage missions and use those ships. Or you could just fly about and attempt to find the salvage panels.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of dead ships.
The event is both
I don't think
PvP and
there's gonna be
PvE.
a
It takes
issue
place in
finding
Pyro,
stuff.
so you've always got to have your wits about you. The Detatrine one that takes place at the outposts will have more of a PvP element because it's going to have more reward for people who are PvPing. The mining and salvage one are introduced for more industrial players, more PvE. There's not much you really need to do here PvP-wise, but again, you're in Pyro, keep your wits about you because you never know who's going to turn up.
The thing that's unusual about these missions is that they're designed to encourage group play. There's nothing stopping you doing it solo. You can absolutely do it solo, although obviously in Pyro you have to take appropriate precautions if you're playing solo. But each of these missions, if you can get together a group of friends to help out, you will probably find that it will be more successful.
Did you unfix that terrible fix that you did last patch?
The initial design of EVR has been fairly successful, but it definitely has areas it needs to be improved with, and one of those areas is enabling group play instead of suppressing group play. And the design intention is to move away from reward splitting. So with that in mind, we're taking steps towards that, and these missions and the way that the rewards are structured for these missions is a good indication of that design intention.
So with all this, the mission reward system is changing, right?
The rewards that you will get will scale with the size of the group that we expect for each mission. So the small missions are designed for solo players, the medium missions are designed for around 4 to 5 to 6 players, and the large missions are designed for 10 and above players. And in subsequent patches, the reward...
Getting 10 and above players together, that is really optimistic. Wills, how much trouble have we been having trying to get more than 2 people together to do contested zones? Yeah, I have no idea how I would get 10 people. That assumes I have 10 friends, and 10 friends that want to play Star Citizen.
rewards will scale dynamically to the group that you have. And depending on the mission type that you're doing, whether it's the salvage or the mining or the
I guess I'll be
Detatrine,
doing the smaller
your
missions.
rewards will scale accordingly. Bear in mind that for the Detatrine missions, you have to put up the money to buy the commodity, and you will be rewarded enough to compensate you for what you've bought and a little bit extra. The other thing to bear in mind is that all of these missions have a secondary reward mechanic, which is that you are working to get tickets so that you can get the unique rewards, which you can only get during this mission, during this month, and then they will never be offered again.
It's like the redemption at Chuck E. Cheese.
I don't understand the reference, but okay.
Chuck E. Cheese is it's a franchise here in the U.S. where it's a kids arcade and pizzeria, and I was actually terrified of Chuck E. Cheese as a kid. I went there for a birthday party one time, and this was when they still had the animatronics, and then they had one guy wearing a giant Chuck E. Cheese costume, and he stepped on my foot, and so that was what I associated with Chuck E. Cheese, was giant rats that step on kids' feet. And so anytime after that, it was like, no, I don't want to go to Chuck E. Cheese. That place sucks. They hurt kids. And And now I mean, are they even still in business? Those kinds of places have really fallen out of favor. Chuck E. Cheese. This isn't the, welcome to the brand new Chuck E. Cheese website. Never allow. Yeah. And this is the newest Chuck E. Cheese bottle. I remember seeing that. This guy came out probably like when I was 12 or something. He used to like wear a suit and stuff, and then they wanted to make him appeal to a newer generation. This is the world's cleanest Chuck E. Cheese. No Chuck E. Cheese ever looks this pristine. It's always got like gum stuck to every tile. And the glass would just be covered in kids' handprints and snot. Chuck E. Cheese is where dreams go to die. It's a hell for parents, and it's a traumatizing experience for the kids. Don't do it.
I'm an American lost in Britain.
Why does this matter? With our plans for this whole year of more of a content-driven releases and more of a narrative storyline, as Dave previously talked about with the A and B stories, the idea is that these missions will tie into that. The side that you choose to work with will have a lasting impact. The choices you make will define the universe that you live in. And the really cool thing about Supply or Die is because of the 3 different mission types we offer you, you can get all of the rewards without, is because of the 3 different.
That looks sick. Those are cool skins.
Different mission types we offer you,
Yeah.
you can get all
Those
of
look
the
dope.
rewards without ever firing a shot. And that's really exciting.
So there's no excuses to complain about
And as
PvP
one chapter of
for
the
this
continuing
event.
fight for Pyro closes, another begins with Alpha 402 Supply or Die. But if you didn't get a chance to finish the February missions, we've extended them through to the end of March. So there's still time to choose your allegiances and secure the future that Pyro deserves. For Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. Thanks for letting us share the people and process of game development with you. And we'll see you all here next week on Star Citizen Live.
Okay, is there any Easter egg at the end? No. Black screen. So, pretty cool. Let's take a look at the website. Do they have... Did they do an announce? Did they announce when this was going to start? I don't... It said 402. Maybe it'll say something more in the right up here. Nope, that's just going to take you to the video again. What is that helmet? That looks new. I don't remember seeing that before. Where's the... Oh, here we go. This week... No, wait, that's... Wrong one. Crap. I need this one. Okay, we got the Inside Star Citizen. I'm not seeing anything in the way of a date. It looks like a cool mission, though. Or a cool initiative. That is a good looking skin. This one came out a while ago. The copper skin for the Fortune and the Prospector. All right, so I want to get a little more done on a project, on a couple projects. So to set this up, my parents own a Samsung refrigerator, and it has a filter for the water dispenser. And the problem that they're running into, here we go, is they have their fridge connected to a reverse osmosis water filtration system, which already filters the water and sends it out very clean. And so this filter, it's not really doing anything at that point. And all it really does is serve to impede the flow of water going through the fridge, because it's not taking anything out, so it's just turning into an obstruction. So what my dad wanted is he wanted me to take this filter and try and create a plug that would basically negate the need for this. So there is a similar product for a different fridge, being this one. But this one doesn't look to be compatible with the fridge that my parents own. You can see the end is quite different there. And let's see, if you look at that end, let's see, the reason why it's kind of this bullseye shape, water will either go in through the outside and then out the middle, or it might be reversed. I'm not exactly sure, but typically what will happen is when they have only one end that interacts with the water, like you can have a inline filter where you might have an input and an output on the other side, but this one would have it set up so that the outer sleeve might be your input, and then the inner sleeve is your output. And so it'll go in, be forced through all the filter material, and then shoved out the tip again. I think what we can do, though, is if we create a lid that simply seals off this area, I think we can force it to just push through the piping and ignore the need for a filter. And I'm trying to think of the best way to do this. And what I think I should do is basically, we're just going to copy the end here. So there's these little wings on either side that protrude out the sides. We're going to copy basically from where my index is up, and that should make it so that this thing can seal off the fridge and basically bypass the need for a filter. If I do that, I'm thinking that I don't need to worry about any kind of internal geometry here. This will essentially be a solid piece of material that blocks water from getting past the O-rings. And if it works the way I think it does in my head, it should just force things through the piping. The part that might trip me up is if you have a removable filter, it'll often have something that will spring into place to seal it off so that when you remove the filter, you don't spill a bunch of water on the floor. If that ends up being the case, then I might need to add like a post or a rod that can shove the spring-loaded mechanism back into place. But for now, I want to get this part modeled so that we can do tests over the weekend at my parents' house and see how it works. So let's pull up Onshape, which is my preferred modeling software. And I'm going to start off by naming this after the model number that my dad sent me. That way, if I end up making other versions in the future, I can go back and reference this, and or other people can come in and copy it and adapt it for their own model. And hey Morris, how you doing? So here's a tip when you're using calipers. These are just a cheap set of Husky ones. So these aren't the super nice Mitutoyos I'd like to own. Always make sure that you zero it out when you turn it on. Mitutoyos shouldn't need that as much. They should stay pretty well zeroed. And you always want to check the jaws, visually inspect them, and then also wipe them down to make sure that there's no debris. In theory, it should be able to measure accurately to 1/100th of a millimeter. With these Huskies, I feel like that's not super trustworthy. And then when you're measuring something round, you also want to check it in a couple different spots. And I like to take the average of those readings. And a big part of the reason for that is because, especially with an injection molded part or other kinds of not super accurate manufacturing processes, like an injection molded part can flex and increase in size, or warp while it's cooling. So you can't trust just a single measurement. You want to check it in various spots to make sure that you're getting a consistent reading. And so, for example, in one spot it is 26.92 millimeters. Rotated around just a little bit by about 90 degrees. And now we're down to 26.54 millimeters. That's definitely something that you wouldn't be able to see. Like if I just look at this, it looks like a circle. But that makes a big difference when you're trying to print something and test fitment. And I do apologize. I need to take a impromptu bio break. I will be back in a couple of minutes. Well, thank you for your patience. If I could give a piece of life advice, it would be, if you have the choice between getting IBS or not, I would go with not. Much better option. Put my gamer glove back on. Alright, so we just measured the collar of this circular bit, and we found that it has a max diameter of 26.9 millimeters. Let me make sure I'm not misremembering something. So my next step that I want to do is going to create a variable to keep track of this. 26.9 millimeters. And the reason why I want to store this information as a variable is because it's very likely that because of the manufacturing processes that I have available to me, principally 3D printing, and it not being the most accurate thing in the world, there's probably going to be a couple iterations I'm going to have to go through before I get a model that for sure works. And so having the raw measurements stored will give me an easier reference to come back to, so that when it does fail, I can make my adjustments according to those and not have to be reinventing the wheel each time. And then this is sealed with an O-ring. So I need to remove one of these O-rings to get a check for the interior diameter. Man, I cannot say this enough. Get yourself a nice pair of tweezers. These are... I can't tell you how often I am using these things now. I've got a couple different sets. This is a set of titanium tweezers that came as a one-off. And it's this brand Engineer. You can get it on Amazon. They're not super expensive, but you see a lot of people trying to use those really cheap black painted ones with the silver tips, and they bend so easily. These ones are much more rigid, and so I can get a much better grip on things. And then I also have this set from a company called Towat, or Towat, no idea if I'm saying that right. These ones are stainless steel. Also, similarly very nice. Got a range of sizes here. So this is kind of a bigger tweezer. And there's the other ones that come in the kit that I got. Much stronger than what I was using before, and it allows me to just work so much more efficiently. I'll show you one of the finer ones, because they do come to a pretty sharp tip. So if you have some precision work, I love having the titanium ones and the stainless steel ones, because for the titanium ones, anything that I'm worried about electrostatic discharge or magnetization, things like that, I can use those a little more safely than I can the stainless steel, which is going to be sensitive to magnetization. So for instance, when we were working on the G502, which I'm working on another version of that, by the way, the G502 has those teeny tiny springs that stabilize the scroll wheel. If you're using a magnetized tool, dealing with those springs could be very challenging, but using these titanium ones, they are non-magnetic, and so I don't have to worry about that. So now with one of those O-rings removed, let's check that diameter. 24.2, 24.25, 24.2. It's actually quite a bit more consistent there. Okay. And a caliper has two ways of measuring depth. You have a depth rod that when you extend the caliper, it starts to protrude out the bottom. I find that I don't really like that all that much. It feels like it's more prone to measurement error. The other option that you have is actually built into the top of the head. If those surfaces are well ground flat, then you can actually measure the difference between the top and bottom jaw by using the back of the head. So, for instance, line this up on the edge, and then you can drop it down like that, and then you can read it off the screen, and that would be your depth measurement. Let's see, I'm going to remove this other O-ring as well, just so that I can more easily measure the seats for those O-rings. Oh, and here's a nifty tip. When you're looking at hardware that is standardized like an O-ring, always try and find some references. These are usually pretty easy to find, and it will give you so much information about what size diameters you need for the O-ring that you're using. In this case, I'm just going to stick to the reference that I have here, but if I were designing a part from scratch, or if I have direct control over the part that it inserts into and the part that gets inserted, having these references on hand will make it a lot easier for me to be able to size things correctly so that I get the level of seal that I'm looking for while not making it impossible to install. Oh, whoops. And then Onshape uses the hashtag. make those construction lines. When did I start streaming? I started streaming at 8 p.m. Welcome, Geo. Dirty Wolf, how you doing? Don't know why that didn't save. Okay, now here's my next trick. If I set... doing good. We are designing a plug for a Samsung water filter. Yeah, this is the official stream time. Wills brings up a good point. I'm doing this every Thursday at 8 from here on out. I found through trial and error that 0.3 centimeters tends to be, or sorry, 0.3 millimeters tends to be a pretty good rule of thumb for getting these fitments. Exactly. Yep. Making a bypass. I found one that's for a similar model, but it's not the exact one. So this should work for my parents' refrigerator. So I'm going to size these so that they are 0.03 centimeters smaller than their reference lines. And I'm going to keep the constructions there because those won't stop me from creating any geometry, but having them visible in the sketch will make it easier to see what was going on when I look at this next. So now if we go original wing diameter minus the tolerance. Okay, that didn't work right. There we go. Wing diameter minus the tolerance. It now has an offset that is 0.3 millimeters less than the reference. Yeah, so my parents, they have a reverse osmosis system. So their filter is not doing anything, and it's just obstructing flow. And so instead of having to buy, these ones are $35 each one. So instead of having to pay out the nose for filters, let's just get rid of it. Which I'm sure you can probably relate to if you have the same situation going on with your GE fridge. Okay. Alright, so actually I don't want this one just yet. I want you gone. For now, I literally just want this to be smaller than everything else. I don't know why it's creating all those different shapes. It really shouldn't. And if we take a look here, the depth of this part isn't really specifically defined. Like, let's see if I can get it to adjust for the exposure. So the neck it extends past these wings, and the placement of the wing is the most important part. That's what has to be placed precisely. Everything else is pretty much up to my best judgment. So there's some built-in adjustability there. So I just need to ballpark how tall this part is overall and put that in. It would be better to be on the short side than on the long side in this case. Doesn't happen often, but there are points in life where it's better to be small. Oh, that's probably what it was. It was set on thin because of what I was working on before. There we go. That's much better. And actually, let's just do that section for now. Let's go back and edit this. $18.6. Set those as parallel. And here's a neat little trick. If you just set these as equal to each other, they will now be the same distance away from the center line as the other line. If you think about it, if they are the equal length, there's only one spot where its partner line can be, where it can maintain that relationship. And so I like to use that as an easy way of keeping things related to each other. And then I can set the length of the line by defining the width of the wing that it makes, and that will put it in the only spot where it will work. I'm not necessarily looking at getting affiliated on Twitch. So there's a couple reasons why I do these streams. One, it gives people an opportunity to learn something that could be considered inaccessible, be it CAD or the other things that I cover. It gives me an opportunity to interact with the community, and hopefully, we can all learn something together. But I'm not relying on Twitch as a source of revenue. This is more to help discoverability and create kind of a library of video that I can use for B-roll or what have you for the future. Originally, I was just streaming strictly on YouTube, but the viewing experience, I've been told by my viewers, is much better on Twitch. And as a way to try and make it more accessible for more people, I've been trying to have 3 going at once. So I've got YouTube, Rumble, and Twitch. YouTube, with some policy changes, I think might be facing some financial trouble. And as they continue to lose market share to Rumble, I want to be set up to be competent in both, so that whichever one ends up winning, I can protect myself in that regard. So now I don't think I've shown this on the channel before, but we're going to do a revolve. So we've got the vertical perspective of the wings here, which are there we go. You can see them there. We've got the vertical profile of those. Now we need to carve them out from the side. And so the way that I'm going to do that is we create a new sketch here. Oh wait, nope. Let's set these lines together. So making them coincident puts them collinear. Then you can line this up at the bottom, line this up with the top. It's like a parade of, what do we got going on? Parade of like rodent emojis in chat. Okay, and then we can set our red pandas and wolves. I see. Yes. Okay, that makes sense. So remember, this is a diameter, and we're looking at half of our circle here. So we actually want to take that value and divide it by 2. And in doing so, it sets it up so that when we rotate this around as a scalpel, it will cut things out and have it be flush with the exterior of our tube. Except I need to bring it in slightly, don't I? So let's put that in parenthesis. Put another parenthesis here. And minus tolerance. And that just adjusted it just a little bit in. And then this measurement is not actually that important, so I'll just round up to the nearest quarter of what I think looks good. Now, the depth of this is going to be set by the end of our effector here to the top of the wing. Which is 11 millimeters from the top. Am I in centimeters? I am. 11 millimeters. There we go. And the wing overall is 4.5 millimeters. Okay, so now if we do a revolve and we set it to remove, we can set that construction line as our revolve axis, and then it will cut out anything that intersects with our sketch. In this case, it's leaving us wings on the exterior of our cylinder, just at the height where we are deciding to leave them. Okay, then we can take a look at this thing, and I see that there is a chamfer on the leading and trailing edge. And it looks like this is designed to be inserted and then rotated clockwise. So the leading edge is right here, and it's pointing up, and then the trailing edge is the opposite, and it's chamfered down. So we'll chamfer this, this, and this. And the chamfer itself, I can't imagine it being a very important metric. I might be proven wrong later, but I think what is more important at the moment is just that the wings are at the right height and are the right thickness. So I'm just going to use the default settings there because it should be fine. Now we need to cut out our O-ring troughs. And actually, the way that I'm going to do that is I'm going to go back and edit this second sketch, because I can have this one revolve feature do everything for me and save myself some design bandwidth. Basically, I don't want to have so many things that are unnecessary coming down my parametric history tree, because that can bog the system down. Welcome Double Asterisk. We are making a bypass for a Samsung refrigerator. So this is the water filter. My parents have an RO system in their house, so they don't need this filter to be doing anything. So I'm making a bypass for them. And the distance between these two lines the fridge filter makes the ice taste better. I guess that part's kind of debatable. I can't taste the difference using it directly from the RO faucet versus the fridge. But I'm also just doing it because my dad asked me to. So whatever he thinks tastes better, I guess is fine. There might be some truth to that, though. So parenthesis, because we know that we're going to need to subtract tolerance again. And then this time we're going to use the trough diameter. Minus tolerance, close parenthesis, divided by 2, because this is a radius, not a diameter. Here's the real test of your design skill: gasket seal geometry. You know, I was just talking about that. Gaskets can be pretty tricky. I'm feeling pretty safe because I'm just copying an existing design and trying to adjust for the tolerances of the machinery I have to manufacture this. But I was actually thinking of you when I pulled this up, Arrow. If you ever have any doubts with things like this, you can always look up the brand, and you can get a lot of great reference for what your inner diameter, outer diameters should be, and you can find even better information from the Parker O-Ring Handbook. And this will tell you anything you want to know about how to design a properly sealing system. So I've used this in the past. It's great. I just designed a face seal at work on my... Oh, nice. Face seal, that's going to be where they like butt together, right? Because this is kind of like a sliding seal, because it's going to go past the O-ring. face seal would be kind of tough, I would think. Like, I think O-rings are probably a little more simple, because as long as you size things correct, I think they're very repeatable, but I could see how face seals could be a bit more challenging to get right. In my experience, a home filtration system eliminates the need for a filter. However, if you don't have one, the water in Arizona tastes terrible without a filter. You know, I live in Orem, Utah, and this is our water. I swear, if you don't do anything to it, you could probably chew the water because of how hard it comes out. It's got a really funky taste. You need to get the radii correct, or else you'll cut the O-ring when it pressurizes. Yeah. If you put too much pressure on it, could you also cause it where it like kind of crunches up or scrunches up in kind of like a flower petal pattern? Aha, see that? That looks pretty good. Now, they don't have any fillets on the inside of their O-ring channel. That's something that I would typically want to add to a design that I do. Are you talking about a fillet? I do not see a fillet. I mean, there's going to be one that's there naturally because of the manufacturing process, but this does not look like they engineered a fillet there. Let's see. Try and... Well, I know the Parker Handbook is going to say that there should be one there. All right. Let's... I think this would fall under static. Static because it's not expected to move. So 4, 1. Okay. It's similar to a piston or rod application. That would apply to what I'm talking about, or what we're working with here. So table 4.2. All right. And you just sent me something here. Let's take a look. Static O-ring gland width and depth and diameter default recommendations. Oh, okay. So there are like teeny tiny radii. Okay. All right. I'm convinced. I don't know the specific tolerances because I don't have a exact model number here. Gap, what's it talking about gap? I don't have a measurement for the gap. What do I have? I have the board. I have the gland diameter. Is that right? No. I have the tube diameter. Can I look this up based on tube diameter? Okay, yes I can. And this is this in thou? Looks like it's in thou, right? What units are they using here, though? Freedom units. Gosh, I cannot tell you how much I hate our American units. It is, it's the worst. I hate it so much. Okay, let's put this over there. Let's close that. So if the tube diameter... Oh, okay. No, I do actually have the gland diameter then. Okay. Sealing type gland diameter is like this. Okay. So the gland diameter in this case would be what I've called the trough. 2.42 centimeters. Round up, I suppose. Oh, duh. You need to do it like this. All right, let's just scroll through the options that should be close. Oh, am I being dumb? Yeah, I should have been using this one. So this is what I think is the closest to the size that I have. Is there a way to highlight? Okay, we can do that. And if I want the radius, that's not on this one. Okay, so I probably could have figured this out a little faster. R2 corresponds with the outer lip, and it's consistently 5 thousandths. The inner radius for the types listed here go from 0.007 to 0.027. I'm just going to pick this middle value because I don't think it's going to matter too much when you consider what my 3D printer can actually do. Where is it? Oh, there we go. This one. There we go. Which printer are you using? Still not using... so I use the Bamboo printer. It's not that I'm opposed to using it. It's... I installed custom firmware on it so that Bamboo can no longer see what I do with it. And I've basically taken it off of their services. There we go. So when you zoom out to a scale that matches up with what the eyes can see, you really couldn't see that radius, but it is correct to have it there. There we go. All right. I do feel better having it there. You're right, Arrow. But yeah, I do still use my Bamboo printer all the time. I just have limited what they can see as far as what's going on with it. It doesn't send any more information there to them, and hopefully they change their mind and pull their head out. But it's still a good printer. I'm still going to use it. For this part, I'm probably going to use my Saturn IV Ultra. That's my resin printer. I need to do some research, though, to make sure that it's safe to do that. Like, if a piece of resin broke off, I have some pretty impressive resins, like the stuff that I've been using to make the G502 mods as a nylon-like resin. It's pretty strong, but if a piece did break off and go into someone's water, what is that going to do to them? Yeah, but it's nylon-like. It's not true nylon. I can print polycarbonate with my Bamboo. It's a bit of a pain. I get much better accuracy with the resin one, which is why my first inclination is to do it because of the scale of this part. I haven't been super impressed with the polycarbonate that I can print, though. I printed a couple things out of it, and it is very sensitive to chamber temps, which makes it kind of hard to use because you have to... I had to do quite a few custom mods to my printer in order to get to reach the chamber temps where it would print reliably. But I don't feel like it actually gives me that much of a strength advantage over other kinds of materials. Yeah, so you're probably in a pretty similar boat to what I had to do. I added insulation on the outside and on the inside. So I have some dual layer bubble wrap with foil on both sides. So it's foil, bubble wrap, and then foil on the inside, and then that's all taped up with reflective ducting tape. And then on the outside, I added some foam insulation of like a medium density polyurethane, and that was more to protect people that are coming into contact with the machine, because at that point I could get it to reach the temperatures because it was reflecting more heat inside. But as it would build up that temperature, the outside would get pretty hot to the touch. So to make it more comfortable for people in the environment, I put the foam on there so that if they do happen to touch it, it's not going to burn them. Oh shoot! No, that was the radius. All right, let's see. I have my radii tools nearby, I think. Oh, I already did the armrest. Yeah, I did a video about that not too long ago, actually. I sent a pair of armrest risers to Mike, too. And on the last stream that I did, I showed installing the newest version. But yeah, these armrests are new. Here, this one is loose, and I need to print another piece for this side anyway, so I can take that off. It gives about 3 inches of rise here across the middle, and then it has a 30 centimeter radius going from front to back, which means that it gives a little bit of leeway with getting the angle right for your arm. And I flattened the ends so that you can print this standing up on your printer, and that orients the print lines so that when you are applying weight to it, it shouldn't be deflecting so much that it causes premature failure, which is what I had in the first version I did. I printed it out of TPU with 10% infill and 2 walls. And that combination gives... Yeah, I mean, it's not like a pillow soft. It's pretty comparable to the original firmness of the default armrests. Yeah, thermoplastic polyurethane, TPU. Oh, and then I put the channel initials on the inside there, OJE. And it just attaches with 2 Velcro strips. So it just slides over the original armrest, and you just hold it in place with the Velcro. Which, that reminds me, I need to... Oh, and I've also switched to using Orca Slicer so that Bamboo Labs doesn't get as much direct info about what I print. Here is some other parts I designed. I need to print myself another one of these. Just one of these guys, though. I place silicone gel pads onto my armrest, but they fall off sometimes. Yeah, so I got some risers that were a much more generic design off of Amazon, and I did not like them. They were very narrow, and I didn't feel like they had enough stability to actually hold my arm in place the way that I wanted them to, which is what led me to decide that I just had to design my own. But silicone might feel nicer, but I feel like the TPU does a pretty good job, and I don't want it to be so soft that I lean on it too much, because that's still not great ergonomics. I want it to be soft enough that it doesn't hurt to put my arm on it, but still firm enough that it dissuades me from doing it constantly, if that makes sense. What am I looking for? I'm looking for the... It's probably under quality. Yeah, okay, wall generator Arachne. Well, actually, let's go ahead and slice this to show what the problem is. So this is this piece, and I use this as a blocker to prevent the armrest from being able to slide back, because I push myself up on my hands and then scoot myself back in my chair a bit, and when I do that, the armrest can slide back suddenly and can cause me to slip. But you see this white section here, that's indicating the end of a print line, and the result of that on this printed piece is it turns into a major weak point. So you can see one of the sides is already broken off, and if I give just a little bit of pressure, I can easily break off the other tooth that's supposed to hold these into place. So that's the problem. What does Arachne do to fix it? It allows the printer to vary the line width and get much more consistent results in thinner areas. And so here, instead of having a white column that goes all the way through, now it's going to at least try to go through that and print it as a singular line, which should eliminate those seams that were weakening the part. And then I can send this through LAN, but that might show some IP information, so I'm going to do that off screen. And then that'll keep doing its thing while we keep chugging along here. Okay, now what was I doing here? My thoughts about a kind of radius like this is it's better to have it be... this one's just going to be PLA plus, this clip. The ones that I had originally were PETG, which... people are always saying that one is significantly better than the other. I don't find that to be the case. My experience has been that PLA Plus is much stronger than the PET-G, and it's much easier to work with in a lot of cases. So if it's anything that's not going to go outside, I try to just use PLA. Yeah, if I don't need that temperature resistance, I just use PLA. So for some of the airsoft bodies that I've designed, I'll do those in PET-G. But the impact resistance of the PET-G stuff is terrible. So I really need to be careful about just not having my guns get hit when I go out in the field, because those will not stand up to abuse. So what I was saying about radii, though, I find that it's generally better to just go bigger if it's not an important radius. Like, okay, so it's not always going bigger, but the part that I'm designing, it's designed to slide into something else. And if the radius is smaller, the corners are going to clip, and it's not going to allow it to slide in. So if it's a non-essential radius and it doesn't need to be anything specifically, I find it's often better to just make it larger so that it will pull the corner away and be less likely to cause issues. So compared to what's on screen, the original part does have sharper radii, but this will give me some more breathing room in those corners so that I'm not as worried about it hitting anything. And then if we just extrude that. TPU for AMU. Well, because that's the new 64D stuff that they have, right? Maker's Muse did a great video talking about how he uses it for ant weight robots. And I love TPU. I think it's really strong. Actually, you know what? I think I have some stuff I printed in my closet that is TPU. So this is a Mando chest plate that I was toying with. And I do actually really like it. For even making rigid stuff. Like, this stuff was intentionally made to be a little more flexible because it comes in contact with my body. I don't want to get chafing from reaching around or reaching out in front of me and having a rigid piece poking my chest here. So printing it out of TPU makes sense. Here's the problem that I have with it. You cannot sand or paint this. If you paint it as is, it flakes off a lot. I've got some test pieces where I tried to paint it and I just could not get the paint to adhere to it very well. And ideally this would be a nice chrome piece, right? But if I can't get the paint to stick, then it's going to be stuck in whatever color it comes in. And when you try and print it, because the I don't know if it's because the glass transition temperature is low or what it is, but I cannot get this stuff to sand very smooth. And that was the other problem that I was running into. So I think for airsoft armor, it doesn't make a super big deal because it doesn't need to look super pretty. And you could always just say it adds character when paint chips off. But I do want to have a bit more control, so that's really what I'm kind of looking for. But I'm definitely not opposed to using TPU. I think it's great stuff. I really like it. I just haven't figured out a way to be able to apply a finish to it yet. And the stuff is practically indestructible too. If you get it to print well, you don't have to worry about it breaking or falling apart. And you're saying it bonds really nicely with PETG? I mean, that could be an interesting property to play with. I've been wanting to... The biggest thing that appeals to me about the TPU for AMS is the fact that I could run it through the AMS, so I can do multi-material parts. Like, this might not be the best example, but in theory, right, I could print an O-ring onto this directly and have it seal that way. But, you know, in this case, obviously, we're just going to reuse the O-rings that it came with. She's using a spray primer on TPU. MM's Pro Shot. I don't know if I've watched that one before or not. I'll have to check it out, because I would like to be able to use TPU, especially for the armor. Like, if I can make some really good looking armor, I've really wanted to look at making some Star Citizen armors IRL, and if I could make them out of TPU, it would make them so much more comfortable to wear. Oh, shoot. 5 millimeters. There we go. Do that. She makes Star Wars cosplay on 3D printer. I feel like I've seen some of her videos before, but I don't know if I've seen her process on TPU. But if she's got something that works, I would definitely give it a try. Alright, so now I just need to create something that allows the user to lock it into place. And from what I understand, you put it in and then you rotate it clockwise. And so it needs to be something where the user can pull it out if they need to, and then also be able to rotate it. And what I think would do that pretty well is if we put a ring on the end here. And the lock direction lines up with the wings, which is important to keep in mind. So if we go on to the right side, and then I'm going to create a construction line through the middle. And then I'm going to mirror across that. And then if we extrude through all, remove, make it symmetric, you get a cutout like so. And then through this face, well, actually from the front plane. I can make this vertical to the origin point. And then here I want to have 1 centimeter of material for strength, really. That's all that part really is. Same over here. And then let's add some fillets, starting off with that jumbo size again. Can you fit a radius on the bottom side of the twist lock threads? Are you talking about what I've called the wings? I probably could. The part that I have highlighted here in orange, that's what I'm calling the wings. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I probably could. I hadn't done that yet. Well, I actually wasn't going to do that, but I generally try to avoid putting radii like that on things until I know that I'm close to done, because it can cause issues with being able to go back and fix something. But I think we're essentially finished. All the major dimensions are here. So I think we can start prettying this up a little bit. And for people that don't have the same background, the reason why you want a fillet in these areas is because a fillet will reduce what's called a stress concentration. Well, what 3D modeling software are you using, Arrow? Because I would bet we're probably using very similar stuff. And from my experience, everything gets upset with fillets. Yeah, so I grew up. I got my start in engineering school using SolidWorks. That's what I used primarily before I switched to Onshape. I haven't gotten as much experience with Inventor, but they still get pretty grumpy if you start adding a bunch of fillets early on in your design tree. But the reason why Arrow is asking about fillets is because they do reduce stress concentrations. So whenever you can, it's always better to have them. Let's see, what's a good example picture? So essentially, anytime you have a dramatic change in the geometry of a part, you can create what's called a stress concentration. So in this case, this is something similar to the neck of our filter delete, right? So if you have a sharp corner here, you see how it squishes those lines together. That's how they're showing stress concentrations in this diagram. If you add a fillet, though, it allows the stress to flow a little more naturally, which means that it's less likely to break at that point. And the thing about 3D printing is you're building it up in layers, so you wouldn't think that it makes that much of an impact, because if it's one layer stacked on top of another, can you really reduce stress concentrations by adding a fillet? But a fellow YouTube creator called Need It Make It, he's been doing some videos on his channel showing that actually, yes, you do get a pretty sizable benefit to adding fillets in 3D printed parts, even when it is oriented vertically. Why? I want you to do all these. So Arrow is definitely correct to point out that I should add fillets. But at least what I've been taught is best practices to save those towards the end, which is why I would be waiting until now to add those. It also just makes things look really nice on the computer. Doesn't it look good having all those fillets there? It does make a part of me happy. So what I'm actually planning is I want to print it lying on the bed like this. And the reason why is because it will still be able to come into the ring where it needs to print this. It'll have an easier time. Well, so the water is going to flow in the filter. It would flow in and then out through this end here. So having it oriented horizontally like this means that it's gonna have more resistance in that direction. If I were to print it vertically, then it could blow. I mean, we're talking home water pressure. I don't think that this would happen, but if the pressure were to build up, it could blow the end off if I did do it vertically. I'll get much better continuous surfaces by printing it in this orientation. But I think we're ready to send it. I won't know how this works until I am able to do a kind of a post-op or post-mortem after this weekend when I take it to my parents' house. But this should be pretty good as a initial attempt, and hopefully we might get lucky and it's the only one I need to do. Yeah, so this is the way that I'm going to orient it. Because it looks nicer. Yeah, I mean, this should print fine. I'm not too worried about how that's going to turn out. The part that I'm most worried about will actually be the supports for the spout here. That part actually makes me a little nervous. But if anything, I might just have to do some manual post-processing. Gonna up the wall count. I don't need this to be a super strong part, but upping it to 4 would just make sure that this part's all solid, which is where I want all the strength. And 4 I find to be a pretty good baseline for when I want something to be handled a lot. 2 feels more like a toy. 4 gives me some reassuring mass. It is going to need some support. And Orca Slicer does some really good tree supports. I've been really happy with the results it gives. The whole part is just a plug. The backside is just for installation. Orca will let you do more walls. Yeah, but then you have to play with modifiers, and I don't want to do that. Having 4 walls back here will also give you enough leverage to easily twist and pull this out. So I'm pretty happy with the 4 walls that it'll have here. You could make the argument that it's probably a little excessive for like this upper portion where the strength is not needed because the torque is not being applied. But we're talking really marginal gains in filament usage. Alright, cool. I'm going to send that. And at least for this initial one, it's just going to be printing in bog standard PLA+. The fridge doesn't put out hot water, so this will never get hot. And PLA is food safe for the most part. At least as long as I'm really just kind of testing fitment, I think that this will be fine for a first iteration. But, oh, shoot! Yeah, I need to go grab that piece that we started earlier. I'll be right back. That was a close one. It almost started printing while this was still on the bed. So now I just shove that into the slot underneath the armrest, and it locks the armrest in the forward position. Except this one broke too. What the heck? That's unfortunate. It broke in a different spot, but still broke. Well, one problem at a time. What if you just cut off the front part and put an Allen keyhole? reprint with TPU. Are you talking? Okay, reprint this part with TPU, or the plug with TPU. I don't think I. Okay, because I was gonna say I don't think I can get good enough sealing with TPU for the plug. If I designed it a little differently, I think I could make a version that would print well with TPU. But I don't think with these thin walls that it has right now, I don't think that it'll keep up enough lateral force to keep itself lodged into the slot. But I could redesign the spring mechanism to make it work better. It's not the layer adhesion in this case though. It's the, because it was oriented like this on the bed. It's just the nozzle has to travel through that little thin section. And it's not liking that. So I think I need to redesign it anyways to give it a little more thickness there. But doing a version in TPU would definitely be possible with that piece. Welcome back, Alan, or Wills. Sorry, we were just talking about Allen keys in the chat. So now I'm thinking of Alan as a name. Both of my joysticks are on. So, there was a YouTuber who put out a video recently talking about how in Star Citizen we could see PvP, PvE being handled through instancing. And, you know, pretty good looking guy, if I do say so myself. You might have heard of him. Goes by Odd Job Entertainment on YouTube. Puts out just some banger videos. I don't think there's ever been another YouTuber that every video is as well made as Odd Job Entertainment. But I want to show you some of the comments I've been dealing with. Yeah, it's almost Star Citizen time, Wills. We're gonna get there. And okay, I'm gonna show you comments. You guys can see these publicly, so it's not like I'm, you know, showing you how the sausage is made. I'm not showing you anything you couldn't find yourself. But please do not bother these people. I don't want people to get harassed on my channel. I just want to show some of the mentality of what I'm seeing. Okay, so if I uncheck this, we can see all the comments that this video has gotten. It's generated some pretty good conversation. So CIG needs to put good mechanics in to make the gameplay for Murder Hobos really hard. I agree. It should be difficult to be a murder hobo in Stanton. In Pyro, I think the argument falls apart to a large extent. And it should do so really soon because I believe the murder hobos are already damaging the cash flow by alienating the large PvE crowd, even though the bugs are even more damaging if not PVE servers are inevitable. They do have plans to address the PvE issues, and that's what I talked about in this video. Part of this, though, is if you're talking about cash flow, what we really need to do is incentivize more people to come in to the game. I don't think CIG is worried about the people that are already in as much, because if we've been around this long, we're going to keep spending money. And I have not had any experiences with murder hobos. Every time that I've been killed by a player, it's because I was doing something that invited it to happen. Like going into a contested zone, going to an asteroid base, doing all these things that are PvP focused. And so if I'm seeking out PvP activities, going to PvP hotspots, I should expect to get blown out of the sky. You are missing the point. PvEers don't want any risk. Landing at a city and walking to an instant zone means risk, and that's what they don't want. Counter argument, if you land in an armistice zone, then you're no risk. If you walk from an armistice zone to an instant zone, you're not at risk. I mean, I don't understand some of the arguments that I'm getting here, because this is literally giving you the single player experience that a lot of people are asking for. And it takes away the risk, but I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I just have to like throw up my hands. Yes, but you still need to get into Area 18, and there is a risk to that. There really isn't. We're talking about jumping from Microtech to ArcCorp. Like, how often have you been interdicted in Star Citizen? If there's anyone in chat who can share their experience getting interdicted by a player, I would love to hear it, because it has literally never happened to me. I would bet that it hardly ever happens overall, and so I feel like this is a disingenuous argument on the fact that it just doesn't happen that much. And if you're only getting interdicted 0.0001 times in like your whole career, that is an entirely acceptable interdiction rate by players. Like, can you really get upset at that if it only ever happens like once, maybe twice? CIG should add a full PvE system, which is basically what I was saying that Terra would be. I don't think this person necessarily disagrees with me, but yeah, Terra will be the ultimate Care Bear system. It will be high security, very little, if any, PvP at all. It will be almost entirely PvE focused. Only risk I find in Area 18 is finding Area 18. Yeah. This is one that you see a lot. Is it fair that PvP players should engage PvE? I think they meant to put PvE players in this first one. Is it fair that PvE players should engage PvP players who like conflict? PvE players, 70% of player base on any MMO plays a different game. We don't have time or want, in some cases, to play with PvP players. We engage in co-op or on where conflict is against the machine, not against other players. So the solution is simple. Keep Pyro PvP enable, and the rest toggle optimal on just PvE. If you were to add what these people are asking for, the ones that are advocating for PvE systems or PvE only servers, they would have to do all of the development work to make the system, and then if we went with the suggestion of another YouTuber that rhymes with Crayola, we would do all the work to develop the system, and then we would turn it off at some point, which is a huge waste of resources. If we make the system, we're going to use it. So making it is a one-way trip to having PvE servers. You're not going to do all that work to create a PvE only set of rules and then not use it. And then the reason why we're loading up Destiny 2 is because this has instanced content all over the place, and it serves as a perfect example of what I talked about would be the kind of thing that PvE players would be looking for, that would give them content to interact with without the risk of PvP coming up without consent. There's probably going to be some video it's going to make us watch. Look at that great looking Titan. Okay, if you're here for Star Citizen, I promise we're going to get to it. Just work with me on this a little bit. I'm proving a point. And I haven't seen this, so I want to watch this. Would you love me if I was a worm? Feels like the video's been really choppy. Usually it's pretty smooth when you're watching their trailers, but yeah, it's probably gonna put me. So this is a loading screen. We're going from a loading screen into, guess what? Instanced content. So, turning this into a Star Citizen scenario, this is your quantum travel, which does accomplish the same goal as a loading screen as well in a lot of cases. In most games, a loading screen is only as long as it takes to load the assets or finish a connection to a server. In Star Citizen, it also serves the role of giving time value by taking more of it for complicated tasks. To improve your experience. Oh, okay. It's kind of weird. What's going on with the? Let's just bump that up a little bit. It's always weird to go back to a game that has decent performance. Like, I'm getting 120 frames right now. Okay, so gotta take out 3 balls probably. So, kind of solving a puzzle. This is another thing that instance content allows you to do. Right now, I don't have any players in this area with me, but I am connected to Destiny 2's servers. I am, in essence, still connected to the live environment. I'm a little rusty, clearly. So, if this were Star Citizen, this would be like going into the contested zone, going through the airlock, and then the airlock separates you from the player population, and now you're able to do the contested zone while being the only one in it. Okay? For the contested zone specifically, that would be a bad idea. Because it would severely hamper the experience. It would completely destroy the balance if you had no players contesting you in a contested zone. But imagine a similar activity, something where like a contested zone designed around PvE content. Whew, that was close. You almost got me down. This guy's kind of a pushover. He's not going to be that tough. Yep, real cautious. Let's go through it. So, I've just completed the instance content. Now it does a cutscene, and it puts me back into the general population with everybody else. Or I guess in this case it has me continue on. I think I could concede to there being a separate PvE mode as long as it is completely disconnected from the other as far as economy goes. Heck, I'd even say that nothing is transferable. Okay, but see, the problem though, Tombstone, with that is they will have already done all the dev time required to make that happen. Right? So that is a significant increase in the amount of development required for creating a PvE only mode. And yeah, you would have to separate it from the PvP economy because nothing would be fair. If you can get all the same items in a contested zone by doing a PvE version where there's no players to attack you, then suddenly the F8C goes way down in value because everybody in the PvE server has one. Same with all the items that are currently gated behind contested zones, like the NDBs. Any kind of reward structure has to be reevaluated and balanced separately in a PvE only version of the game. And Destiny 2 has a little bit of that going on because the loot that I can get in this mode is not as good as what I could get if I hopped in and did ranked. Like there was a pulse rifle. This is a pulse rifle called, I think it was Redrix's Claymore, and it was a PvP ranked reward for getting to the top level and resetting your rank. All right, thanks for hanging out, Arrow. And it was really good in every mode because of the perks that had it. And there were some PvE players that got upset because, oh no, I can't get the same top tier weapon. But it's like, well, go play ranked then. Like, everyone could have gotten that if they would put in the effort to play ranked. The way it works in Destiny, like, you will get enough points if you just put in, like, I don't know, 10 hours, which, you know, might be more than someone wants to spend playing a game, but, and that was certainly the case for me. Like, I never got it, but I knew that I could if I wanted to and if I put in the time. And, you know, I used to play Destiny 2 a lot more than I do currently. There's still guns in the game, exotics and such, which are really like the top tier that you're trying to earn. Everybody wants to have the best exotics because of the exotic perks that they give you. But there's still guns that I don't have in Destiny 2 because I haven't completed the dungeons to get them. But I think it would be pretty silly of me to complain that I don't have access to those guns, because they would just say, well, go do the activity. Go play the dungeon. And I think they would be right. Okay, I'm supposed to go... It says I'm supposed to go over here. Reach the Hall of Souls. Okay, so here's another puzzle. What do we do, guys? Oh, I agree. I don't think it's worth them doing it all. I agree that the instant zones is enough. I don't think everyone should be able to do everything in the game, more so in a game like this. Yeah, like Destiny 2, it's built around... Okay, here's the hole I'm supposed to crawl through. And Destiny 2, is built around the idea of being a guardian and having that power fantasy of being the most powerful being in the universe, right? In Star Citizen, you're supposed to be just another citizen, and so it shouldn't be the same. I am in Pyro. My characters are all loaded up in Pyro. Exactly. It's all about time in ranked Destiny. Like, I'm not good at PvP, but I could get all the PvP items if I put in the time. Oh, she's dead. Yeah, way to go, Drifter. This happened while you were standing 6 feet away. So, if you've never played Destiny, being able to revive yourself is built into the lore. If you're a Guardian, you have the ghost that respawns you. But Eris lost hers, and so she's no longer a Guardian. But my guess is she's probably not actually dead. I think they want us to think she's dead so that they can pull some trick at the end of the season and be like, oh, you thought she was dead, huh? But I bet we bring her back somehow. The only one they've really kept killed off in this game is Cade, which is another former Guardian. And I'm pretty happy with how they handled his story. I feel like they did it in a way that they brought him back for a minute, but it didn't negate the impact of his death. But they're probably going to bring Eris back somehow. Okay, it doesn't want me to go up there. Here's another thought. Instance content also allows you to do variable difficulty. Like, right now the thing I'm doing is probably comparable to heroic difficulty in Halo. Like, I might die. I don't feel like I'm super stressed, but it gives an alright level of challenge. It's certainly not Halo 2 Legendary, right? Or Lasso. But when you do have PvE content that you can control players' entrance and exit into the area, you can do cool things like that, like scalable difficulty. So imagine you load into an instance in Star Citizen where all the bad guys are operating at 30 FPS server levels and they've got John Wick level aiming. Like, that's something that instance content would enable CIG to do, because that would be a dial that they then have access to. If everything is in the same shared universe, you can't really have the same area offer different difficulties because everybody gets the same experience. But, like, let's say I have higher rep with Miles Eckhart, And so I've unlocked higher difficulties of bunker missions. When I go to an instanced area, they can put more NPCs, stronger NPCs, and different kinds of mechanics built in with greater depth than they can do in a shared player space. So a game like Star Citizen would still have all the shared spaces it has now, but it gives them another opportunity to create different kinds of tailored and curated experiences. So I feel like it's a much better solution than having PVE servers. Because you don't fragment the community in the same way, but you still get the opportunity that a PVE server would allow you to do in testing out PVE content. I'm almost there, Drifter. Chill out. Reach the mausoleum. Wants me to go through here. Do you think it's possible that CIG running the events right now with short time windows and bugs exasperates the PvP versus PvE? Well, like, games are always going to have some level of grind to them. Okay, alright, I'm collecting a debuff. I want to get rid of it. How do I get rid of it? Okay, my debuff is gone. I don't know how I got Suffocating Terror or... Okay, is it these Eye of Sauron things that are giving it to me? It's like, I don't know, maybe he can't exactly see me, so he can't apply the debuff. Oh, that's a lot of stuff. Are you still immune? Yep. Now are you... Okay, shoot all the black balls. Please no one clip that. Whiff. Oh, get me out, get me out, get me out. All right, can I kill you now? Ah, Drifter, you got yourself killed too? The heck, man? Well, there's Eris. Pretty sure Eris is dead. Haven't kept up with the story at all, but I bet this whole season is centered around bringing her back to life. Wake me up. Yep. Called it. Oh yeah, because she did all those rituals last time so that she has a connection to her own ascendant plane. Last time, meaning the last time we interacted with her a lot in a season. Creepy. Okay, so what you just saw was an example of like high level of content production, instanced content. Yeah, whenever you step away from a game, there's always all kinds of stuff they want you to buy. Let's go see what the lowest form of instance content looks like. So let's go to the EDZ. So, instance content, it allows you to separate your player from the general population and get them to experience some level of PvE content. But you can control who's able to go in and out of the content with the player at the time of entrance. You can add people to it dynamically or take them away. So, there's a lot of ways that instancing can affect things. The mission we just did is like high production level quality stuff. But then Destiny 2 also has these things called lost sectors, which are denoted by these symbols that you find. And this could easily be something that I could see them adding to Star Citizen, something akin to this. You find an area, and then, okay, as I keep walking in here, let's see, is there any player names I can see? Okay. Boeing fan, so basically stupid person. As I walk deeper into this, you're going to see I cross a loading boundary right here. So whenever it shows the name of a new place, now we can see, oh, Boeing fan is gone. The environment around us just got a little smarter. But if I go back, I can cross the boundary going the other way, and now there he is again. Okay, so I didn't go through a door specifically, but I did cross a boundary where all of a sudden I'm in an instanced area where I'm separated from the general population, and I can have my own little experience in here. These enemies will spawn consistently each time I come in here, and I can repeat this experience and have it feel as though it's new each time I do. For what they've talked about with Area 18, this would be like going from the municipal works down into the depths. Okay, so there's always a little boss at the end of these things. Then you kill the ads. Okay, and then you get a little chest of loot at the end, right? So a little light at the end of the tunnel. And then it gives you this pathway out so that you can quickly rejoin the general population again. And there we go. Once it shows Trosslin in the bottom left, now we're back into the general environment. So we see Kodiak is nearby. Okay, we didn't see him before. Boeing fan is gone. Okay, he probably just did his own lost sector. And I can rush in and do it again. Okay, so as soon as Atrium popped up, Kodiak's gone. Oh look, these enemies are respawned exactly the way that they're supposed to. But unlike Star Citizen, there's no bodies on the floor that aren't supposed to be there. And it's like I was never here. So this doesn't make sense for everything in Star Citizen, because you do still want persistence in something where where you could potentially loot each and everything, right? But the mechanics as far as how I got here into this instance, a lot of that logic does still carry over into how it would apply in Star Citizen. They could do something akin to a Lost Sector, like with the bunker missions. That would certainly cut down a lot on the entities, because you wouldn't have all these dead bodies on the ground. But you can give a repeatable, high-quality experience to the player. Now, Lost Sectors are kind of like the bottom-tier activity in Destiny. You don't end up doing them a lot unless you have to for some kind of challenge or specific reward. But that's kind of like the same thing as the bunker missions currently in Star Citizen. Like, those are pretty low tier content. They're pretty dull. They're not very enthralling, right? Okay, let's take a look at a medium level version then. That would be something like a strike, which you access through the Vanguard menu. And in Star Citizen, we don't have a whole lot of menus, right? You just go to a location. All right, fair enough. You could do that too. Just imagine then that I'm coming from Microtech to ArcCorp, right? And I'm meeting up with some buddies there. This is going to matchmake me and put me in with 3 different Guardians, or 2 other Guardians besides myself. But the same content or the same concept applies. Like if I had 2 people in my party and we all walk in together into an area that has this instance content, this is accomplishing the same kind of thing. And a strike is, I say mid-tier because it is more of a mission. It has dialogue and stuff like that, but it doesn't have the same level of video production that that the previous mission does. This is generally shorter and designed to be done in a shorter amount of time. So in the case of Star Citizen, the 2 people that are in my fire team right now, those would be the ones that I entered into the area with. But there's not going to be anyone else joining this instance with us. It's just us 3 people in here. So there's my fire team member there. Thor Cupper. Okay. There's another one over here. Jorkit Jake. That's a sexual thing, isn't it? Man, I freaking love the Graviton Lance. I would love to see exotics in Star Citizen too. Like, imagine the Volt Rifle if it like spreads damage to other enemies. I think the Atscav sniper rifle that we have, I think it's supposed to do that. What is that guy using? That's a cool trace rifle. I changed it. Oh, he must be using oh, what is it that does that? I have it. I think that transmutation sphere was created by his trace rifle. I just can't remember what it's called. Is it Effigy? Man, okay, they clearly nerfed that melee ability. With good reason, too. It was overpowered, but it was fun. Okay, am I missing something here? Or is it all going on over here? So we're going to cross another loading boundary here. Which, again, Star Citizen You can mark boundaries, and then you can have those load new content. The players that are in the immediate vicinity could have a fresh experience. Essentially, anywhere that the player is not supposed to spend a large portion of time, anywhere where they're supposed to be completing a mission, doing a dungeon raid, or those kinds of activities, ergo not base building or any of those long-term tasks, you could have instancing apply there to varying levels to change the experience. And it doesn't need to be exclusionary by default. Like, we match made into this. You could allow people to party up. You could have people enter areas at will. Leave the areas at will. This basically gives you another way to kind of manage the experience. And that give us, yeah, that gives us all of them. Cool. I thought I middle clicked. Guess I didn't. Okay, where's it go? Where's it go? Those guys are slow. Moving on ahead. The other thing about this mid-tier content is people will generally try and find a way to run it faster. Unless you're like trying to get a specific amount of kills, there's not really a point to grinding out ads when you don't need to. So many things hitting you. My hard mode mind goes dodge. Don't let him hit you. Yeah, I mean, in this kind of content, I'm not super worried. I would be playing a lot safer if I was in a raid. But these things can't really do enough damage to make me take them super serious. Which, hey, like I said, scalable difficulty. That's another benefit of the of instancing. If you can ensure every NPC that you come across in an area is wearing light armor, in Star Citizen that is essentially lower health than they would otherwise have, wearing something like medium or heavy, right? You could also give them armor that has certain affinities, like, I mean, you'll have enemies in Destiny that are weak to void, solar, or arc damage. There's ways to get the same effect, without instancing as far as like the scalable difficulty, but as we see in Star Citizen, it doesn't seem to work as consistently. You know, there's some trade-offs where instancing brings its own trade-offs, but it also gives a lot of new capabilities by incorporating it. Because this isn't going to replace everything that we do in Star Citizen. There's still going to be that same foundation of gameplay that has always existed, but adding instanced content into that gives them a lot more dials to play with. And you can enforce different rule sets that don't apply in the general environment. Like that player was doing an emote. Emotes aren't really allowed in ranked because they allow you to see past walls. But how do you enforce a rule like that in Star Citizen where everything is connected? You can't really do that. So with instancing, you get access to being able to have different rule sets based off of the location or the type of activity that the player is completing. Where what we've seen with Star Citizen is they kind of have to do the same thing everywhere. Time to start doing bounty hunting. Is that what we're doing tonight? I'd be down. After this strike is done, which is just after we beat this boss, I'm gonna switch over to Star Citizen. Okay, I can't remember. They changed the strikes that the boss's health mechanic works a little differently. There we go. So you kill that guy. Oh my god. Okay. I should take that part a little more seriously. Oh, come on! I was so close. Timer ran out. Gotta find another one of those guys to take out. Okay, he's running it. Let's protect him a little bit. Yeah! lot of dogs. It's Copian. Look at that. Oh. He still has some health to take. There we go. Look at that. I'm such a team player. Got him up. I don't know what Caitl's feeding her scions, but they are like roided out compared to everything else in the game. Like, these are the same type of enemy that we saw before that was like 3 feet tall. Well, should have seen that. I should probably take things a little more seriously. Oops. Is that what? Okay. He's not AFK. Just a tad. Okay, Wills, fine. I'll be better. It is the boss fight after all. Alright, so that's charged up my dark bar. I also wasn't leveraging my prismatic. That would have helped too. I think he's too far away for my nades to reach. Yeah, come on, guys. Anyone's allowed to hit him. I'm doing it! Alright, so now he's down to 1/3. Where's the guy that spawns? Oh, you'll do. crap. Whew. 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 Okay, activate prismatic. Oh, what hit me? Please just take him out. He's so close. Just do some damage to him, please. Or at least don't die. There we go. All right. So we saw high, low, and now medium. So I think we've got a pretty good idea of what instancing allows you to do. Oh, look, they sent me a clan invite. How nice of them. And then I complete a bunch of these. Cool. Oh, dude. Okay, is he bugged? He keeps saying the same line over and over. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll get right on that, dude. 60 gamer mile trips. Depletes my 2 mil quantum fuel tank fast. Oh, shoot. Crap. No, stop. I almost did it again. Gotta start, I need to load Joystick Gremlin before I start the game. Otherwise, I can't use my joysticks. Alright, sticks are on. Please die. Okay. Alright, there we go. Now I can launch the game. And now I'll actually get to use my sticks when I get in there. And this is going to take a minute to load, so I'm gonna reload my water and go pee. part and get this part loading in. That's not pyro. Shoot. Sorry, Wills. Guess I lied. I know you made your way to pyro because I said that's where I was. Oh, whoops. I seriously have like no armor here. Yes, I forgot. I haven't played since then. Look, it's my new Ripper SMG. Maybe I should bring as much as I can with me. Yeah, I got all... Well, I don't know. It's probably not worth worrying about too much. But I could bring this. I can make my cutter purple. And what size guns does the... we should be. I joined on you. Alright, well, let's go buy some armor. Yeah, shoot me a party invite. And do we have a Drifter in here as well? I saw that he was online. I should also load up Discord. That would be smart. Get through the elevator first. I'm going to join Discord. I just had to, I just didn't want to do it while I was going through the elevator, because then I would get myself stuck. Ahoy! You are muted, sir. Oh, and now I need to get OBS pulled back up.
It would appear I am muted.
Now you're not. There we go. Alright, let's do this. I'm gonna restock at the commons. Get all the stuff that I usually like to have.
I usually just don't buy armor at Orison at all.
Well, I'm not at Orson. I'm at New Babbage.
Oh, I thought that was the Orison spawn area for a
Yeah.
minute.
Different location, same amount of white.
Pretty much. No, 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 no. Don't go 200 meters into the station again, please. That would be very helpful. One time when I was trying to land into a hangar, I accidentally shot the anti-air turrets at the front of the hangar, and so I died.
Yeah, the turrets
fuck.
lately have been they're
How
pretty
did I live?
serious.
How did I live? What? I went at 50 meters a second into the front of a hangar. Somehow did not explode.
Well, oh, okay, so you survived. That's good.
Yeah. I think I barely managed to touch the landing pad or the bottom of the hangar. Would be smart to refill my QT.
That would be smart. You don't want to get yourself stuck.
I'm at 100 Q quantum fuel left. 100K.
Yeah, that's cutting it pretty close.
Yeah. There we go. Fully stocked on quantum. But I did upgrade my quantum drive, and so now I spend it at a faster rate, but I travel at a faster rate.
But you burn more fuel or what?
Yeah. Burn
Yeah.
more fuel, but travel time is decreased. But I didn't know that you had to buy a jump drive every single time.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Like, if you upgrade the quantum drive,
upgrade
you have to buy a new jump drive to go with it?
Yeah.
Can you not, take it out of the old one, or...
Yeah, you can take it out of the old one, but oftentimes I find that people just forget about it entirely.
So the jump drive is, part of the quantum drive?
You can take it out, but a lot of people just don't actually realize that it's there.
Yeah, but it
Just
is like a
think it's part of the
container.
quantum drive. Yeah.
Huh.
It's its own separate components that if you replace the quantum drive, it goes with the quantum drive.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess that gives some incentive to. I mean that in theory makes that the jump drives are a thing, right?
Yeah.
All right, let's see. Do I have any of the 4X scopes that are the night vision variant? I've got a railgun.
Fancy.
I'll take the Ripper with me just because I don't plan on coming back for a while.
Yeah. I kind of don't like Stanton's bounty missions.
Well, I've played in Stanton for 10 years.
Yeah.
I
Every
want to
time I
go.
go to do a bounty mission in Stanton, when I think it's a space bounty, no, it's just a bunker. I bought the Scorpio so I could do space bounties, not so I could just bring a fancy ship into and go into the whatever
Mm-hmm.
bunker. Didn't buy it for a fancy go place, get things done. That's what the Taurus is for.
And I can tell I'm getting old in this game because I I think there's a lot of habits that I've picked up from 10 years of play that newer players might not ever get. Like making sure that a tractor beam attachment actually went into the inventory of the multi-tool. And always feeling like I have to double check and make sure the game did what I told it to.
Yeah, I have found myself to be doing that a bit. But I had to relog. I got myself stuck in an elevator.
Oh, at one of these stations, I have like almost $1 million worth of P4 mags. I thought I would be clever and try and buy a bunch and sell them off at a different location. But the ones that you buy in the stores you can't sell. Or they only have a sale value of 1 credit.
Hey, you have 100K in P4 mags.
Yeah.
$3 million wallets. Let's go. Richer than my 850K. I might spend some time to get more money and then upgrade my Mark II. No, my Mark 1.
I'm gonna get my my cutter upgraded. Gonna put the ardors on it.
I need to figure out how to get myself some ardors so I can slap and then really farm them. Because I
Well,
need 8 of them.
yeah. Did you do the event?
I don't think I did.
Ooh. What size do you need?
Size 3. No, yeah, size 3s.
Okay. I think the cutter takes size 2s, so I could bring my size 3s with me, and you can put them on a ship, destroy it, and give them back to me.
Okay. Sounds like a plan. But it probably means I need to go and buy a multi-tool, huh?
Yeah, you'd need a way to put them on and off.
Yeah. That elevator no worky. That elevator no worky. That elevator work. Cargo deck. No, wait, I think that I can just store it in to the thing and then put it into the whatever cargo center. Put it onto my ship, then blow the ship up, and then you can grab those that drop off of it.
Oh, like change the loadout through the app after storing them.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I've done.
that should work too.
Honestly, I might put the Ardors on the turrets.
Am I remembering things right? Let's see. I'm gonna pull up Urkel. See.
Wait, this is Ruin. I have a bunch of those at Ruin, don't I? Yeah, I do have like 20 multi-tools at Ruin. I forgot.
Drake Cutter. Oh yeah, okay. Takes the size 2s, which means that the size 3s I don't have an immediate need for. So, Logitech is coming out with PowerPlay 2. That's the wireless charging mouse pad for their mice. And the plan was to integrate the circuitry into the G502X mod, but then they discontinued PowerPlay as soon as I thought about doing it. But I've got the PowerPlay 2 mat pre-ordered, so it should get here on March 11th. And I can integrate that circuitry instead.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's really any different. It says that it adds support for 4K hertz pulling. But I mean, like, it's essentially the same. Same tech.
Yeah.
So here's a quick pro tip for any new players that happen to watch this after the fact. If you're going to expedite, wait for the expedite timer to go down, because the amount that you pay to expedite is also going down that whole time. And it doesn't cost you any additional time to do that.
I already have like the time that it takes to expedite it, and like how much money I make from before and after it is like just less than a chump change.
Yeah, but I mean, like, if you're a new player and you're short on cash,
Yeah.
every credit counts.
My start ship was kind of the Andromeda, so I kind of had no money issue at all.
Yeah, you skipped a lot of the early grind. Del Nor in Games, you are the first person on the channel to send a chat from Rumble that I was able to read.
I don't have Rumble open at all. I don't even have a Rumble account.
Someone on Twitter said the Ironclad was in the PTU. I am not in the PTU. I would highly doubt that it's there, though. They announced the Ironclad earlier this last year. I would expect that it's still in development.
Is the Ironclad another capital ship?
Yeah, it's a Drake capital ship sized.
That's going to be another 5 years. for us.
Yeah. Well, they said they're going to put it out this year, actually.
That's wild.
Mm-hmm.
Before your galaxy even gets
I know,
its,
that's the part that hurts the most.
Like, they have the Polaris to copy text from.
Yeah, and that was what they said was going to help them get it out faster. They were going to do the Polaris, and then they were going to get the Galaxy out. But then in making the Polaris, they realized that the Perseus shares more in common with it. So they bumped it back. Now they're doing the Perseus, then the Galaxy.
Dang it, we can't multi-crew in the Galaxy for another 2 years.
I know, right? Okay, game, come on! None of the elevators are working.
Oh no.
I can't get to my hangar.
Oh no. New server time?
Oh, 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 oh. Maybe we're okay. Maybe we're okay. I should not be excited about a server doing its job, but I am. Oh my gosh. Okay, and I just pulled that out. That was to make sure the game initialized my hangar, but I want to put that sexy headhunter skin on it.
Oh, I don't even have that shit.
What are you talking about, Delnor? This game is perfect. Star Citizen is a fully functional game with absolutely no bugs or exploits.
It says as we're about to duplicate some Ardors.
Shh. Star Citizen is a perfectly functional game with zero bugs or exploits. I don't know what you are talking about.
Sure, okay. We're about to share some Ardors. Got it.
Yes. We're sharing. Sharing is caring.
I'm in the secret tunnels.
And when you share, it brings blessings to you. Okay. I could also update the weapons in the app, but I've never actually installed weapons using the manual method, so I just kind of want to see what it's like.
I don't even know how to pull them off of the ship with manual. Like, it always just seems to tractor to the actual ship and not the weapons. Secret tunnel.
Well, are you trying alternating between left and right click?
No.
That might be it then.
I'll try and pull out a little ship. No, I have a Taurus out.
What the heck?
What happened?
Well, it's like my tractor beam doesn't want to be held out in front of me. And it's saying that it had, like, it says healing on the screen. It's like, that's not right.
I wanna see, can I take off the Taurus's size 5? Wait, do I have... Is this a station that I have those other size 5s? I know I scavenged some, like, attrition 5s, I think. Yep, this is the one that I have the attrition 5s on.
I think the game heard you, Wills. I think it heard that you threatened to use an exploit, and now it doesn't want to let me use a tractor beam.
Oh no.
Let's try this again.
Wait, store the things in the lift and then Alt F4.
Store what things?
The Ardors.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like, if I can't get this to work, I'll just put them back.
Oh yeah, they're still the menu, right?
Yeah.
The app.
Okay. I think I fixed it. So, first step in changing things up is you go to the pilot seat. You enter the pilot seat. activate the ship, and then it should be right Alt and K. And it should say ship ports unlocked. And
Right, Alt. Yeah. Okay.
yeah, now I should be able to pull things off.
Now let me try the same thing with the Connie. But I think that if you want the changes to be saved, you still have got to put it in manually through the app.
Well, you just need to store the ship.
Oh yeah, you can do that too, huh?
Yeah, then it will associate the loadout.
But I managed to scavenge some attrition 5s from landing ports.
Nice.
And there was also some, like, I think some laser cannon on that same one too.
Very nice.
But, like, you don't want the same things on the Connie.
Doesn't look like grid snapping is working super well for me. I think those are supposed to snap. And okay, these ones here in the back must be the size 2s.
I got one of the attrition 5s on with the grid. Or with manual replacing.
Okay, rotate it. Now they need to add scrub brush mechanics to Star Citizen so I can polish up the ardors, make them look nice again.
What do you mean? That's what gives them their power.
the rust stain.
Yeah. Now you other attrition 5, let me go and slap you on my Connie. So I don't have to spend money later.
So the headhunter skin on the cutter, it's a little understated. It's got more of the black on it than it does the purple. I think it looks good though.
I thought I flipped it backwards. Now it's time to store the Connie and see if the actual things I put on it worked. But I definitely need to head back to Area 18 and buy 2 attrition 5s, or I need to find a ship that has 2 of those.
Well, the attritions are only sold in Hurston.
Oh yeah, I think it's Lorville.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lorville's HD place, HD showcase.
Yep. All right. Well, I'm bringing the 3s with me.
Yeah. How many do you have?
I have 2 size 3s.
Okay. Then I can put them on the bottom of the Scorpius.
Yeah. And then when you claim it, then you'll have 4. You can give 2 back to me, claim it again, and then you'll have take you up to 6.
No, it'll duplicate 4 to 8.
Yeah, but the first time you do it, you only have 4 total.
No, the first time it will be 2, then obliterate it, and then you'll have.
Then you have 4.
Then you do the same thing again, and then you'll have 8.
Yeah, but you give 2 back to me, which takes you to 6.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Okay, so now I have the attrition 5s on my Connie.
Okay, I think it's just
Should
one
I
of these
switch
ones over
inside?
here. Oh, no, that's the Terra Gateway. Alright, fine. I'll set a route.
What station do we want to meet at? I'm at Ruin at the moment.
Yeah, let's do Ruin.
Okay.
I'll
Let me
meet
just
you there.
duplicate some attrition 5s.
Ruin is the one that has Ghost Arena, and it doesn't actually require you to have red cards. So like you can actually just do runs of that and get practice, which is what I was thinking of doing.
My poor Connie is going to be suffering in a bit.
Because of what you plan to do to it, blowing it up and destroying it, or what?
Yes. Yep. It's gonna be crying in a minute. All for the sake of damage and decreasing the cost on my wallet. Space wallet.
I do have some size 5 oh, but that's what the Connie comes with by default, huh? So you wouldn't really care about those. What is it, the Rhinos?
I think it's Blackford. I can look at it right now.
Well, it's the size 5 triple barrel ones, so it's
yeah.
I think it goes Badger, Panther,
Gallerdarian.
Oh, yeah, okay. So are the Rhinos the 4s then? Because yeah, the Galdarines, those are the 5s.
Wee woo, it's going to go boom. Wee woo, it's going to go boom.
But whenever someone says, like, I know it's something to do with Noobifier and his channel or some other reference, but whenever someone says wee woo, it makes me think of that episode of SpongeBob where they're looking for the criminal, but it actually is SpongeBob. And Patrick's walking around, wee woo, wee woo, wee woo, wee woo, when he sees SpongeBob standing in the shadows.
Where did the other attrition 5 go? Not there. Oh, I put it right in that corner. Okay. Time to spend the time cleaning up this mess. You. I guess I need the attrition 5 or the whatever 3s put onto the Mark 1 again.
Oh, your Hornet?
Yeah.
So, here's a question. Why did you switch from the Galdarines of the Connie to the attritions.
Higher DPS.
Okay.
And they look better.
All right, that's valid. Because the Galdarines, I can't remember what stat it was that Schlag was telling me is better about them. It might be the projectile speed.
Honestly, what I feel from like the basic things on the Scorpius to the attritions is the rate of fire.
Because attritions have a higher rate of fire?
They have like slower.
Slower, okay. Yeah, maybe it was projectile speed and rate of fire then that was better about the triple barrel family.
I've got to spend some time to learn the speed of them and actual projectile speed because I'm missing a lot of shots at the moment.
Not just due to desync?
Yeah. What guns does the attrition or the Mark 1 have? It has size 1, size 2, size. Oh, it has. Let's see here. 2 size 1s, 2 size 3s, and 2 size 2 weapons. Few minutes for my Connie, woo.
So you were watching stream when we saw the new skins revealed for the supplier die event, right?
Think so?
The black and neon green.
Neon green and black.
Yeah.
Could go well, but don't know.
I think they look super cool.
I think I was mostly listening to like everything else while playing. Or while listening to other friends banter at each other.
Yeah, I think they look pretty good. I'm pretty stoked.
Honestly, I don't even know if I want to upgrade the Mark 1 because like I think it's a loner.
Well, do you remember what ship it's a loner for? Because you'll probably still have it.
The Scorpius. I didn't have it before I had the Scorpius.
Huh.
Yeah. After I after I sold my Andromeda to buy the Scorpius, I suddenly had Mark 1.
That is... Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, that's why I'm still on the fence about upgrading that thing.
Yeah, fair.
I don't even know if I fully even own it.
You just gave it to you by accident. CIG giveth and CIG taketh away.
Yeah, it's like, I don't mind having a medium fighter, but when are you going to take it away?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I hear you. That makes sense. I probably wouldn't upgrade it either.
I know that the Hornets are the quote-unquote best fighters in the game in terms of player versus player.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, they're ugly as shit.
Yeah, I like the Hornet Mark II. I think it looks good, but yeah, I agree. I'm not a fan of how the Mark I looks, especially the interior.
Yeah, I would honestly buy the Heart Seeker if I were to get the uh, uh whatever Hornets.
Yeah, I do like the dual chain guns it has on top. That part looks pretty cool.
Yeah.
Super Hornets in general, though, I just feel like they're such a weird ship because you can fly them solo and not have any downsides, and so
Yeah.
that ends up being how everybody uses them.
Mhm.
Like you take a slight penalty to your agility compared to a single seater Hornet.
But like the Super Hornet is just there.
Yeah. It doesn't feel like it's gotten the same level of consideration other ships have
Yeah.
from a at least from a balancing perspective.
I just had a funny thought. The game is pay to win. Of course it's pay to win.
Okay. Elaborate a little more.
Literally, you're paying for ships that you don't even, or paying for ships if you want a better ship. But you can spend like hours and hours to buy better ships, but those other ships will eventually get wiped.
Hmm. Well, but in theory, it's not going to get wiped for a long while now. Okay, did you refuel me? I guess we'll have to trust it.
Okay. So the attrition 5s I tried to get a different one of, a different copy of, didn't work.
No?
So, I guess I gotta go through the app. App time. Store.
What the heck?
You know what?
It's not letting me out of the hangar.
Oh no. Use the hail system.
Yeah, I had to go through the app to do it.
Most of the time I go through like whatever the system, the little screen on the ship.
Oh yeah, the comms MFD.
Yeah.
I try to avoid using the MFDs as much as possible because of how long it takes to use them.
Yeah. I hate how the missile racks, whenever you go through the app to manage vehicle weapons, are always up on the front. And the Connie has 24 missiles.
Yeah. Well, I also hate how you have to change them all individually. The ship configurator app could use a lot of love. You know, there's this great YouTuber called Oddjob Entertainment. He did an image in one of his videos recently showing what a reimagined ship configurator could look like. It looked pretty good.
I'll have to check it out.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, really good YouTuber. Really smart guy.
This setup is gonna look so weird. Did a funny thing. It's either gonna be cursed or it's gonna be funny. Attritions and some cannons.
Oh no. That is cursed.
You're not supposed to use both at the same time. It's for when runs out of energy, you swap to the next.
Yeah, whatever. Degenerate like you, you're probably gonna be using them both.
If someone wants to steal the Connie, they're gonna have to deal with this.
Just having a really crappy loadout so that you're not as enticing to loot from.
Yep.
That's what we should have done with the Polaris the other day. We made ourselves too enticing a target because of the big ship.
But the cannons do shoot pretty decently fast, too.
Yeah, but it's that projectile speed, though.
Yeah.
You got those split pips. Oh, that was a little rough.
Whew. 82 GM out.
Yep.
If the game will let me open up Star Citizen again after I alt-tabbed. Oh, Discord.
Oh, man. Why does it have to be so far away? Okay, I guess I'm landing here so I can refuel. Where is that station?
Gonna go AFK for a little bit.
Okay. Well, that doesn't look right. What the heck? There's a Titan in my hangar.
What?
And now it's gone? Oh, it's back! There's like a shadow Titan in my hangar. Like it's all blacked out. It doesn't look like it's rendered properly. Weird.
I kind of miss having the little Merlin to just spawn in and then just have it roam and then just roam around in the medium hangar.
Yeah. It's such a tiny ship.
Yeah.
Now will it let me set a plot? Or
I'm
plot a
almost
course to
considering-
Wills.
Yeah, I'm almost considering going out and buying a little racer ship just to do the same thing. I never properly like turn around in the hangars to actually leave going forwards. It's go in front ways, back, go back when you want to go out.
Well, what can I say, Wills? You're just not as stylish as I am.
It's like, I think the reason why I got that enforced was me just driving the Connie everywhere, and I just didn't feel safe turning around in it.
Because your first ship in the game was pretty big compared to what most people start with.
Yeah, I was, like, whenever I was going in, I was trying to spawn the Yatak Sealin. Nothing else, nothing but the Connie would spawn. So I was kind of like forced to play with the Connie.
Yeah.
I didn't want my first flying experience to be such a big ship, but like I was kind of forced.
Well, I mean, that's better than being forced to play with the Sulen.
I liked flying it.
I mean, once you get out of the hangars, it's not so bad, but man, is it a weird ship to learn to land.
Yeah, I kind of learned it pretty quickly. It's just like points nose up and find the 90-degree, and then just tap like control to go down.
I've got the quantum spooling sound playing constantly.
Oh joy.
Yep.
But yeah, I don't think that the attrition 5 saved onto my Connie because I didn't actually go through the app
Okay.
after I stored it.
Okay.
So I think
Yeah.
I think that's what actually attributes it to the ship. Like, even after you put it onto the ship, you want to go back into the app and actually make sure it's on there.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. Make sure you can do the save and equip thing.
Yeah. Like, the first thing is making sure it's on the thing, and then storing it, and then bringing it back to make sure that it's on there, and then you put it in on the MobiGlass app. Then you take off the weapons, and then you destroy the ship and make sure that it actually is applied.
Yeah.
Because of course you don't want to destroy the ship with the weapons attached and then find out that you lost them.
Well, while we are waiting for this trip to Terminus, now is as good a time as any to advertise the fact that we do have channel memberships active. If you like what you're seeing, which I don't know why you would, You can join at Orbital Bombardier and up to get special mentions in each and every stream and video that I do. It helps me create more content, and it is a huge help. So can't be overstated how much channel members mean to the channel success. But you also have the free option of liking, subscribing, doing all the YouTube stuff, sharing with your friends, showing the video to your mom. And that also helps a whole lot. Now I'm about halfway to you, Wills.
Oh, nice. I somehow managed to scavenge myself a 16x scope.
Okay.
2 of them, apparently.
I don't think I've ever found a use case for the 16x scopes.
I mean, I do have 2 sniper rifles at Orison.
Mm-hmm.
One of them was from one of the less fancy Artemis sets I got.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, you can get sniper rifles. It's just, I haven't found a situation where I felt like, oh man, I need twice what an 8x scope can do for me because this target's so far away. Like if I was at that kind of range, I don't know that I would trust the server to keep track of things correctly yet, you know?
I honestly only trust things up to like 100 meters away.
Yeah.
That's the farthest I'll go.
Yeah. And at those ranges, I feel like 8x is plenty.
Yeah. And I feel like at the 1,000 range distance, by the time you click, the enemy will have already moved.
Mm-hmm. I mean, like I can do those kinds of shots in Battlefield, but there's a lot less going on server-wise in a game like Battlefield, so I feel like those shots are a lot more possible. But I don't know. Maybe I just haven't seen the light with sniping in Star Citizen. Maybe that's something I should test.
Yeah. But yeah, first gonna try it out with the app before anything else.
All right. And whatever you feel like you got to do to not lose my weapons for me. Much appreciated.
Yeah. I did not want to go back to the entrance, damn. I just wanted to open my doors. Let me back. Put me back. Imagine in the next event they bring out weapons that are better than the attritions, or
the ardors.
yeah,
They just keep scaling it up by like 5% each time.
yeah. It'd be even funnier if they added 1 damage each time.
Like just enough to make it feel like they're being petty, and you feel like you're still obligated to get it.
Yeah.
If I was in charge of game development, I would make the most frustrating game possible intentionally. Like I've thought a lot about this. I would want to have something like the Sword of Excalibur in my game. And as your player gets through the main quest line, they're constantly told about how they need this MacGuffin type item to beat the bad guy because it's the only thing that can properly damage him. And so you go collecting these pieces of Exodia to put Excalibur together, and the very last piece needed to complete the sword is not... It's non-existent. Like, there's no way to actually get it. And so then you have to find, like, some other way to beat the bad guy. Right? So that sets it up. That introduces this ultimate weapon. And then, like, you keep referencing it in, like, every third DLC update. And you leak footage at a really low quality that shows the weapon being used so that people think that it might be possible to get it now.
Nope.
And then you just misdirect them again. Like it's not actually possible. The whole thing was a lie. It becomes this urban legend. Everybody's like, "Oh yeah, I saw it one time, man. It was so cool." And then after year 10 of the game being available, then I release a version of the sword that if you ever die while holding it, it gets passed on to the player that kills you. And there's only one in existence.
No, that's evil.
Yeah. And it's like it's a one-hit kill regardless of what kind of armor or anything they have. Like, it's always going to one-tap them. And so it's like, it's this high risk, right? If you lose a sword, it's gone forever. Basically, you're never going to be able to get it back. And if you don't lose it, then you're basically OP, like, all the time. But if someone gets the drop on you, it's gone. And then, in a game like Star Citizen, they'd be tempted to just hold on to it forever and, like, stow it and then never take it out, right? It has to be used to kill another player at least one every week. So they have to make sure they're using it at least once a week. Let's see.
Over here.
Yeah, okay. Otherwise, it deletes itself from its inventory, from their inventory, and it gets sent to another random player. Alright, did you send it down?
No, I didn't.
Well, I'm not giving you these ones.
Yeah. It's going
There
down
you go.
now.
Yeah, my goal would be to just troll my players as much as I possibly can. And you could even add dialogue choices for NPCs where they like bag on the player and their inability to retrieve this Excalibur type weapon. Like, well, we wouldn't have lost New York if Tony here had gotten the sword. And so it's just like this well-known bit of information that's constantly passed around that you let everybody down because you didn't get this sword. And then, like, on April Fools, you would update your game store to have, like, skins for the sword being sold, which makes like you leak that information, right? And that gets people thinking, oh man, if they're selling skins for it, maybe we're actually going to get it now.
Nope.
Right? And then when they try to buy it, it actually just sends like a null item to their inventory. It doesn't actually allow them to make the purchase. And then you just email them a Rickroll.
I almost hit the eject button. I would very much not like to be shot directly into the ceiling. Very, thank you very much.
Yeah, that wouldn't be good. That should be avoided. Alright. This is what I meant to do. I needed to...
Sir, I just hit Alt-K. You're supposed to let me take my weapons off.
Right Alt-K?
Yeah, I said right Alt-K.
Are you in your medium hanger or small hanger?
Yeah, medium.
Oh, well. And it took me to the entrance too. What the heck?
I'm gonna try the good old backspace. See if I can scavenge the weapons from the ship wreckage.
Oh yeah, that should work. That's what we did with Slooty's C1 the other day.
Let me out, let me out. It's gonna blow.
Okay, I gotta go to the restroom again. I should figure out a way to keep energy levels up without having to drink a bunch of fluids. Maybe that's what cocaine's for.
Bruh. Ow.
had me panicking. I heard the shooting from the restroom because I still had my headset on. It's like, please don't kill me.
Yeah, it's not wanting to come off. It knows what we're trying to do. It doesn't want to let it.
Try. Have you tried right click or left click? Either click? Both clicks?
It's just wanting to tractor the entire ship.
Alright.
I guess I do have one other ship that I could try for that.
Oh, what the heck?
And I even unlocked all the ports. I'm gonna try and see if we have any better luck with a Hornet.
Um... Let's see. Checking the issue council because I don't think that's intended behavior.
I mean, it is a Scorpius after all.
It's just always broken anyways.
Yep. Have you seen the MFD screens in the Scorpius?
I know there's something going on weird with them. I have seen it. I can't remember what's wrong with them though.
They're all pointing upwards.
Oh yeah.
If I want to set my power right before I upgrade the ship, I would have to go into the gunner seat first.
Maybe it's something to do with tractor beam. Okay, so some people have had an armistice issue, but that's not the issue for us because we can't activate it.
I was able to take my horse's size 5s off perfectly fine. Oh, I forgot I had Mantis Gatlings here. What? Huh? Oh wait, I didn't. What? Where's my other attrition 3s? Huh? I guess my attrition 3s just got deleted. Well, at least 2 of them. That's very fun.
Whoa, whoa! There's ship parts in front of my face. Is that you, Wills?
No.
Were you doing shenanigans, Wills?
No.
Uh-huh.
I think so.
Let's see. I'm gonna go. The heck? Do I trust it? I'm having the elevator like spawn at head level.
I'm having issues with my attrition 3s. Trying to slap attrition 3s back on my Scorpius. And they're saying, nuh-uh. You didn't have 8 of us.
Okay, alright, exit to menu.
Well, that's fun.
The elevator had an offset. What the heck, man?
I'm gonna have to go back to the other players. Very fun. Attrition 3.
I mean, you could dupe those too, right?
Not if they don't want to be spawned. Badger, Peter, empty. That's so weird. It's voiding my weapons completely.
That is weird. You are not having good luck with the ship customization.
Yeah, not at all. Like I unequip the attrition 3s, and then it just deletes them. Luckily, it didn't delete the Ardors.
Yeah. Yep. That is good. So I'm gonna check the printer, see how it's doing. Let's take a look here.
I need to test to see if the Hornet will allow me to take the things off.
Yeah, test it with something that's not the Ardors first.
Yeah.
That would be a good idea.
I think that the Taurus has size 3 weapons on the turret, right?
Yes, that sounds right. Oh, come on, game. The loading time for Pyro is a major downside.
Yeah. Loads Stanton first, and then loads Pyro.
Is that what it does? I don't think that's
think.
accurate. I know they talked about how in the stream with Benoit, there's just a lot that Pyro has to load compared to Stanton. And they haven't done the same kind of optimization for culling the things that it needs to consider.
Okay, so I can take the Ardors off of the other thing. Now bring you up, and then I want to test that. One Ardor off on the Mark 1, taking the other one off now.
Cool.
And then gonna blow the thing up to see if I can spawn it in with another Ardor. Wait, somehow I took off a gimbal mount? When did that happen?
Oh, man.
Where did that gimbal mount come from? What? Looks like I'm missing a gimbal mount on something. Gonna have to do some looking, because that's an issue. Time to do some research.
All right. Okay, cool. Now I'm in the game.
I found the perpetrator. It was the
Perpetrator of what?
found the perpetrator of the missing gimbal mounts. It was the Scorpius.
How
I
did
mean,
the Scorpius do that? Because you
I-
now have the Hornet, right?
Yeah, I was trying to place my attrition 3s back on this Scorpius, but then I found out that I voided the attrition 3s.
Okay.
And I must have clicked on the gimbal mounts on accident. Oh, 50% hunger. I should eat.
Probably. Let's see.
But yeah, probably gonna log off if after I figure this out. Just gotta do something in like 4 hours and a half.
Yeah. All good. So, let's see. Shard is a collection of servers, right? And then server is the people in your immediate vicinity.
I think so. But like, then again, I'm a 2-month baby. One minutes and a half, and then figure out if I've duped the attrition 3s.
Oh, crap. Oh, wrong one.
I have a bunch of salvaged armor that I got from like corpses attacking Ruin Station.
Oh,
And I
yeah?
just go into like the NPC ships that sometimes decide to attack Ruin. I
Mm-hmm.
go and kill them, or soft kill their ship, and then I raid their ship of their contents, which is just their corpses. Ten seconds till I can see if what I did is dupe. Let's see now. Let's see, big sir. Did you do what I want? 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 Want? Do you duplicate what I put on, or do you not? Because if you did, I'm gonna be spending like an hour duplicating them tomorrow. Well, no, not duplicating, just claiming new ones with insurance.
Yeah, we would never do anything uncouth in this game.
Ah, is that what I think it is?
Are you talking about the stream?
Yeah, duped. Okay, you can come down here and close and open this, or send down this one hanger.
Little preoccupied at the moment.
Yeah, whenever you're free.
Not trying to go further up. I need to go back down. Oh, shoot.
I need to turn on the ship if I want to self-destruct it, don't I?
Probably. I did not come very prepared. I have...
What, did you enter the armistice zone? Or the contested zone?
Well, I just have no... I have no med pens to start.
That'll do it.
If I die, I deserve every bit of the death. Totally on me for not being prepared.
Yep. Okay. So, the closest storage hangar on the right hand side has 2 Ardor 3s.
Okay.
Time to commit kaboom.
Alright, what the heck? Where's my... Oh my gosh, somehow my rifle went into my backpack. What the heck?
Oh no.
Yeah, I came with no fuses, no med pens.
Did I set off the self-destruct or did I not? Oh, wait a minute. And if it goes, it goes. Now it's time to slap those Ardor 3s onto the Scorpius. Again.
You know, here's a benefit of being a small streamer. Odds of getting stream sniped, very low.
Yep. Okay, so it didn't go kaboom. I didn't actually set off the self-destruct somehow.
Hello. Just got me another tweaker rifle.
Now I set off the self-destruct button. Okay. Run away.
Oh,
Run away.
jeez.
Kaboom.
Okay, don't I have... I swear I had a med gun on my hip. Oh my gosh. This game sometimes, man. Oh, I got turned around.
Play for the bugs or let the bugs play you?
Where'd you go? You need to die.
No, you need to die. He says.
Can't have you giving my position away. Okay, did we figure out last time that there's some kind of indicator for how long the door has left?
Nope. If I go and keep on, or if I go over to you, I'm not going to be able to sleep the entire night.
Oh, heck yeah. Perfect timing.
Oh, did it open?
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay. I don't think there's anyone in here with me.
Let's hope. Now I want to test how fast the Ardor 3 actually fires. In theory, it should just be the same speed as the Attrition 3, right?
Well, I think that's how they increase the DPS, is just speeding up its fire rate a little bit.
Okay. I want the fire rate increase very much. But I can directly test it since my Scorpius now has Attrition 3 and Ardor 3. Imagine if they somehow create Ardor 5s.
Well, I mean, eventually they could go up and down the full stack, right?
Yeah?
Ardor 10s? Anyone?
I don't have any ships that have a size 10 weapon. My biggest is size 5.
You don't have any yet.
I don't want any yet, or at all. That's what I have you for.
I'm your size 10 weapon?
Yes.
Okay, what the heck? There's 0... Oh, wait, no, they're supposed to be in these rooms, huh? Okay, what the heck, game? Okay, someone came through somewhat recently. There's a bunch of, well, the timer for the site for the 5th card is still active. It's got 13 minutes left on it.
Okay. Want me to keep the Ardor 3s and then can give you the 2 at a later date?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So I'm gonna do one more round of exploding my Hornets, then go to bed.
All right.
Because I would at least like all my pilot-controlled weapons to be Ardor 3s.
Yeah, fair enough. Alright, well, I should be safe for the next 20 minutes. So I'm going to take the chance to go pee again. Holy cow, small bladder. Alright, I'm back.
Oh, so you can cancel a self-destruct.
I suppose I should probably check the other... Oh my gosh. I'm getting some weird things going on with the... What the heck? Why is there Christmas gifts in here? Was that here before?
That was there before. Let me out, game. Let me out. Let me out. Would you please let me out? Run away, run away, run away now. Run away, run away, run away now. Ooh, what pretty lights.
Okay. So whoever was here before, they didn't grab 6, they just took 5.
Was 6 the one that was behind the keycard door?
It's the one that's on the second door, or second floor. 5 is the one behind the crypt door.
I guess I'll put like my attrition 3s on my whatever ship. Or I could just keep the Ardor 3s on it. Probably should keep the Ardor 3s on it. Okay, you... Okay. So you done that? Technically only have to do like one more round of exploding my my Hornet. Oh hey, I could put the attritions on my Connie too. How nice of me to remember that.
So there's like no ship components spawned in here.
Does the lift work?
I don't know.
If the lift works, then that would explain why there's nothing there.
Yeah, but they should spawn back in.
Loot goblins.
Man, I can hear the voices of the NPCs on like the other side of the wall. It still got me on edge. Like, I should be pretty much safe here.
You know the like little area where the 6 is?
Mm-hmm.
You can jump behind the 6 and there's a little tunnel back there.
Where does it lead?
Directly to the little whatever drop down hangar or the cargo compartments.
Looks like the freight elevator is working.
Ah. That's what it's called again. Oops. Oh well.
So, if they want to, like, spawn me some loot, that'd be kind of cool.
You'll see in like 13 minutes. But yeah, that'd probably be best to just hop off now. A bit annoying that the Scorpius's turrets can't be pulled off.
Here's something. Got a Gamma Max. Don't know if it's good, but it's mine.
Can be sold, then it's money. If I can sell it, it's good.
I agree.
And if it's more than 1000 SCU, it's good.
I really want it to give me some NDBs. Just because I know that you can't get them in stores. I want what I can't have.
Yeah. But definitely going now.
Alright, have a good night.
Uh-huh.
Is that a different skin on that? No. Okay. Can I get you yet? Okay, so it's been 13 minutes. Well, now let's see. If it's got 3 minutes remaining, then I'm about 10 minutes in. I wonder why all those doors are stuck open. It's not how they're supposed to work. Okay, that's just a generator, right? Yeah, that's nothing. So we went from having these places completely packed with loot because nobody could take it to now there's like no loot. Oh. Oh, this is something. What are you? Avalanche cooler? I'll take you. Oh my gosh. What are they shooting at? Game, you're making me nervous. Another avalanche. Okay. I think we got the items respawning now. You've heard Force Wall, or you've heard Wonder Wall. Now get ready for Force Wall. Hey Google, set timer for 5 minutes.
Okay, I created a timer that will go off in 5 minutes. It's weird how it's trying to stack the items inside each other. I don't know if that breaks anything or not. Okay, NDB? Nope, but you're
You're a big boy, aren't you? Mega Flux. So that would be a power plant, right? Oh boy. Think skinny thoughts, Megaflex. Come on. Another force wall. That one didn't snap. There we go. Now it's snapped. Okay, any more goodies? Super weird how these doors are still stuck open. Still that. Grab this because this will have another night vision scope on it. Okay. Okay, cool. Those are now mine. Welcome back to the living. Thank you very much. Thank you. I do like how this one doesn't put you back in the hangar area. It puts you back kind of where you can take advantage of stuff more easily. Yeah. All right. So from that, we got 5 and 6. I got to keep my crypt key card because the things were bugged open. Got a C-54. Actually, what am I doing? I need to take you back. Oh, this one has the tweaker on it too. I didn't realize that. Okay. Because I think I've got another one of these. Okay. Alright, well, I'll leave that one equipped as is then, so I know that it's a little nicer. Got another custodian. Gonna equip that because I'll probably end up using it. You know, not a super fan of the S71. I remember it being really nice in some of the bunker missions, but wasn't super thrilled with how it was working for me in there. Let's give my character something to drink. Just give me a trash can, CAG. Give me a trash can that deletes entities, and I will throw bottles away all day. And it would be nice to be able to sign a quick slot for some of these backpack items. Like, even if it takes a little longer to pull it out of the backpack, not having to go through menu after menu would be pretty dope. I guess I should be glad I don't have to think about drinking water this hard in real life. Put those back. Have any P4 ammo? I do not. It'd also be really cool if this would tell you like what's on it, but it doesn't. And then this one has a size 2, right? So recoil stability plus 70. Alright, which way's the stores? Should be over here, right? I want to buy ammo. Where do I buy ammo from? Oh. These are only selling for 200 here? Well, heck yeah. I think there were 250 at Microtech. Dang. Ruin's got a nice deal on ammo. Let's see. So that's weapon shop, armor shop. Do they sell ship weapons here? Oh, behind me. So behind the weapon shop. It's like How do I get there? Oh, is it behind me over this way? No. Back here? Okay, where is this place? Ew, it's on the second floor. That's why I'm not finding it. Okay. Stairs. Give me back my eyes. Come on. I was just looking at a screen. I wasn't looking at the sun. Give me my eyes back a little faster. Okay, here's some stairs. There's a normal shop like this. I wonder if this one sells the ammo at a higher cost. Have I just been buying my ammo from the wrong place? Yeah, see, it's more expensive here. Downstairs, it's super cheap. Will it let me sell that stuff that I just got? Ooh. Ooh. Nah, man. What the heck? Those are terrible sale prices. But I don't think I have anything that uses those. Like this would be almost 36 grand just to buy it. Let's see. That one was called the Force Wall. Oh. I can put it on my cutter. Comes with the Hex by default, which is 1500 HP. It's not the best as far as pool HP goes. It is better than what I have. What makes this good though? Power. Oh man, and it takes more power than mine. And more cooling. It has more HP and more pool health. Everything else is worse though. It's got to be something to do with stealth, right? Size 1 shields. Set a filter. has double the EM signature, more IR. I don't get it. What is the value of getting a force wall then? It seems like that's kind of just a bad shield. I'm better off sticking with what I got. Okay. Takes a size 1 cooler. I don't think I got any size 1s from that. And size 1 power plant. I definitely didn't get any of these either. Well, shoot. Is that right? The Ardor essentially triples the DPS. Or, well, okay, I guess it's slightly more than doubles it, right? Huh, that is a huge increase. But that didn't come from the contested zone. That came from me slapping that on. Oh wait, no, it can take an attrition too, so we need to compare it to that. Okay, so that's a 10% increase in DPS. Did I get anything? Okay, it comes with the Foxfire by default, max speed 168, and QT fuel requirement of 12. What's the best I can get for you? And even the VK00 is, well, okay. I guess technically it requires a bit more fuel. But I could go for this Colossus, have the same fuel efficiency. Is that right? Okay, where's Foxfire on here? Okay, it has a max range of 91.67. Yeah, okay, so the Colossus has the same range, but a lot more speed. Is that an extra 200, almost 100,000 meters per second faster? Or, no, this is in kilometers per second, that's right. Or I could go with the, no, that one takes me down. Yeah, Colossus would be the way to go for that one. Keep the same range, go faster. VK00 is one you can't get in stores, but it has less capacity. Or less max distance because it's less efficient. And you're only gaining 9,000 kilometers per second advantage there. Like, that's not going to be very tangible at all. So what does that do to the quantum travel time? Yeah, it cuts 30 seconds off of it. That's not bad. What does it do for these ones down here? Cuts a minute from Crusader to Hurston. Two minutes going from Arcorp to Microtech. So realistically for these, what do I want to get? I would want to keep the 2 and 2. Let's see. I'm going to take these off because I don't think I need them anymore. I'm going to be getting off in just a minute. Oh. Bit of pressure there on the side of the head. So I want to keep the 2 and 2. And I want to get the most HP I can get. Okay, so I could get this. I'm gonna assume that that's pronounced yacht, because Jag doesn't. Yeah, I'm gonna say that's yacht. Just a weird way to spell yacht. Or I could get the Targa. Yacht and Targa. Where's Targa? There we go. Okay, what advantages do you guys have over each other? So Hex is on top, and then the Targa is what I can get in the store, right? Yes. So that one's easy. Same EM signature for all of them. Slightly better temperature to IR. Health goes down the most for the Targa. It's like that could be a downside, I guess. Are there any that require less power? Yes, but they all take a hit to pool health. Okay. So, for the kinds of things that I would see my cutter doing, it would make sense to go with either the yacht or the Targa. The Targa, I don't have to do contested zones for, so I can just put that in there. And let's see, is it better to go with 2 size 1s or 1 size 2? Probably the size 2, because then you can do rattlers. Well, let's see. Let's put this back to that. So I mean, technically the arrow one does more damage. It would probably be good to have, yeah, because these have different engagement ranges. So why does the Rattler just have really bad? Yes, it does. Okay. So in that case, let's go for the one here. Okay, now using 2 missiles gets you more DPS than the 1. I don't know how much it really matters though, because with these itty bitty missiles, you're not going to be doing a ton of damage anyways. guess you can apply paints to them now. Alright, power plant. Want to get as many blocks as possible. Starting at 14. Let's move this over to power plant so I can compare these this way. So it says I've got a light blossom by default. Oh, I can get up to 17. And basically no downsides as far as I can tell. Health is probably going to go down. Let's see, let's compare all of these ones. I know it says that, like, if you go by grade, you would think that Lumicore is the best, but I don't think that that actually affects any of the stats. I mean, maybe that's why it has better health, maybe, than the competition ones. Or the B and the C, I mean. But that's not a huge difference. And it's available. So Lumicore, Starheart, Sunflare. And all of them are available in shops. Okay, I don't know why that one's blocked out. What does that mean? There's stuff I still don't understand. But I mean, look at this. I've got everything essentially maxed out, and now I have 3 more bars that are just sitting there. Cooling efficiency could be better. So let's take a look here. Cooling generation, we're starting at 14.5. Let's see if there's any downsides with any of these. Coolers. Okay, if you go for the Ultra Flow, you get 3 times the health for a slight penalty to the total you can create. Like, you lose 3 bars compared to the top. You do create more EM, so your signature is going to go up, and your IR goes up quite a bit too. But I mean, between these two, I don't think that there's any compelling reason. So let's put a 0 rush on there. Now we're in the green. Some older stuff in there. Let's redo that. There we go. So for 170,000 credits, I could totally max out my cutter. How much of a pain is that going to be to equip, though? Got to go to Area 18. Oh, I can get the... Can I get you while I'm... Oh. Well, let's do that. Colossus is going to make the biggest difference, I think, because that'll... I'm using this ship all the time. Oh! I was doing math. Don't give me that. I have to load back in. I want to buy... Let's see, I'm going to put this off screen so I can... Let's see. I'll be super smart. Put OBS and this together. So the only one that I can do is the Colossus, I think. Shop terminal last landings? Where is that? Is that going to be on a surface one? Because I don't know a station name last landings unless I just haven't heard of it before. There's still so many places that I haven't been in Pyro, so wouldn't surprise me. And I tell you, we do not deserve Urkel. Whoever made this website did such a good job. Being able to download a CSV of everything that just gives you a shopping list. And they're always keeping it up to date. I mean, this is such a beautiful site. There's a lot of work to just be able to slap a new quantum drive on my ship. This way. Ruin really throws me off. It's the only one that's really different compared to the other stations we got here. Alright, where's them stairs? Need the stairs. Where's the stairs? Oh. Here's the stairs. Watch it not be available here. Okay. Same, good as new. Here we go. Colossus, where are you at? Oh, and it's only 35K? Is that right? This thing said it was... Oh. Yeah. Okay, cool. We're gonna be flying now. So let's unequip that, because then I need to equip that, then I can equip this. If you don't remember to do this, it will take this out with your quantum drive, is what I was learning today from Wills. But now I've got my faster quantum drive. Cool. And I can't get the missiles I want here. Yeah, that's really the only upgrade I can do at the moment with the shops I have available to me. But that should make things quite a bit faster going forward until I get my next ship. And when I get my next ship, maybe I'll be able to use some of those other pieces I got. Just not the force wall, because that looks like it sucks. Right. Well, to kind of wrap things up, special thanks to all of our channel members. Your support helps me to be able to stream like this, work on projects, get more content done. We had a pretty good interaction with the CAD side of the stream earlier today, so that was pretty cool. And hopefully that will allow me to keep having an impact, making things that help both myself and other people. And if you are looking for other ways to support the channel, go ahead and subscribe. Subscribing is the best thing you can do. It's free and it helps the channel grow. So special thanks to, or an additional thanks to all of my subscribers and viewers that tune in regularly. Thanks. But until next time, this is Odd Job Entertainment signing off.